The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Football Governance Bill, second reading.
Now,
I call Secretary of State Lucy Frazer to move second reading.
Madam Deputy Speaker, football is part of our national life. Over the years, English football has become a universal language. Wherever you are, whatever country you're in, you're never far away from a fan of one of our great clubs. We are a global football powerhouse, and our economy benefits. Billions for the economy, investment in towns and cities across the country, tens of thousands of jobs. Our Premier League is world-leading, and the strength of our national game goes far beyond the top tier. Hundreds of thousands of fans turn out every week and come together to support teams up and down the football pyramid. Football clubs are at the heart of our communities. I know each and every member will be able to testify to that. Each member will also be able to testify to the fact that we have the best fans in the world. In a moment, I'm very happy to give way. But unfortunately, too many of our fans, those very same fans, have been taken for granted. Too many fans have seen their team's owners change club badges and colours without any fan input, or seen their clubs sell their stadium and up sticks. Too many fans watched on as their clubs tried to join closed-shop breakaway leagues against their wishes. And too many fans have seen their clubs struggle and even collapse under the weight of mismanagement and poor ownership. There have been 64 instances of clubs failing into administration since the Premier League was founded in 1992. Clearly, not all clubs are feeling the benefits of English football's global success, and something has to change. We all want to see our national game prosper for generations to come, but if we want our clubs to thrive, fans have to be at their heart. And if we want English football to remain a global success story, we have to ensure our pyramid is financially sustainable. And I'm proud to say that this Football Governance Bill is going to do exactly that. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and can I congratulate her for bringing forward this bill. As she says, football goes all the way down the footballing pyramid, not just in terms of its quality, but in terms of the entertainment it offers. Would she agree that the classic example of that is the fantastic entertainment that Coventry City provided at the FA Cup semi-final on Sunday? Despite temporarily not being part of the Premier League, it is nonetheless clear, not just to the Coventry City supporters in my constituency, but to everyone, that the financial health of those clubs which are further down the footballing period matters in the entertainment they can provide. Would you agree?
Right honourable friend is absolutely right. That was a tremendous match. And what it shows is the importance of the football pyramid and how it's delighting fans and disappointing fans across the country to see those football clubs go up and down. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to her for giving way and thank the government for bringing this bill forward, which is very much overdue. In Chesterfield, we have seen the worst of this, with the owner, Darren Brown, who ended up in jail for his crimes against the club, which almost took the club out of existence. And now, under the ownership of the CFC Trust, Chesterfield are back where they belong in the Football League after their fantastic championship win this year. Doesn't it say everything about what our football clubs really need is people with the commitment to that club, the passion for the club, running it, rather than people who are trying to make a quick buck?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd first like to address the point about this being long overdue, because the Labour Party said that they would do something about this for some time and did absolutely nothing. And in terms of pace, since I've been the Secretary of State, we have had a Madam Deputy Speaker. Since I've been the Secretary of State, we had a white paper, we've had a response to a white paper, we've drafted a bill at speed, we've introduced that bill, and I'm delighted that we're having second reading this morning. But I would like to say, and I do recognise, I should say, that the Labour Party are supporting this bill. I'm very grateful for the collaboration on this bill. I'd like to see, I'm very pleased that Chesterfield is in a good place. We do want to see ownership that works across the field. I'm very happy to give them.
I thank her very much. I'm very proud that this is our government that's bringing this forward. Others had opportunities and didn't do it, and it's very important. I shall support it at second reading tonight. It's important to protect the pyramid, and it's an important part of that. But, you know, the bill talks about guaranteeing that fans will be consulted on key decisions impacting them. And, of course, it will in one respect. But one big decision that will impact fans lower down the pyramid is the decision last week to get rid of FA Cup replays, which is a lifeline for many clubs in getting that big draw at Anfield or Old Trafford or even the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And I just wonder whether the Secretary of State has comment on that, because obviously this bill won't touch that, but maybe she could.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend from Winchester is absolutely right, because those David and Goliath fixtures are part of the magic of football. And I know that replays are a welcome source of income for smaller clubs throughout the years. I did speak to the FA about this issue on Saturday at Wembley, but as he will know, these are decisions for the football authorities. What this bill is doing today is ensuring that we have appropriate financial regulation in place. I'm very happy to give way to that.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? And I'm not going to mention my local football club. Oh, all right, I will. Walsall Football Club and Darlaston 1874 FC celebrating their 150 years of being a football team. But can I just say to the Secretary of State that the shape of the bill at the minute is actually due to the Minister sitting next to her, the Honourable Member for Pudsey, who has engaged with all members, and I want to pay tribute to him for including all of us, and that is the shape of the bill. It's a pity that the Secretary of State is looking at it in a party political way. The government have been in power for the last 14 years, but please let's all pay tribute to the Honourable Member, who's done a fantastic job.
The next part of my speech, I'm going to pay tribute to a large number of members who have played a considerable part, and my honourable friend has done a tremendous amount, as have many members across both benches, but I am also going to pay particular tribute to my honourable friend, the MP for Chatham and Aylesford, who without this we would not be in this position today. But I just would like to say, because I was responding to a point about delay, and that's what I was saying. The other side and the opposition benches can criticise us for delay, but the truth of the matter is they cannot legitimately do that because they had an opportunity to take action and they failed to take it, and that's why we have taken the action we have. But I would like to go on, as the Honourable Member mentioned, to recognise many people who've played a considerable part in bringing this bill to fruition. Because many people have championed these reforms. And I'd like to go back to my honourable friend, the MP for Chatham and Aylesford, who was recently awarded a damehood, because her voice, her work have been instrumental to getting us to where we are today. As well as being the chair of the fan-led review, she's helped lay the foundation. She's worked very closely with me, and in particular with my honourable friend, the member for Pudsey, to make sure that this bill is in the shape that it is as it comes before the House today. My honourable friend, the MP for Gosport and the chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee, has worked with us in government throughout the development of this bill. My honourable friend, the member for Carlisle, has been a powerful voice in this debate and pressed hard, along with other members of the Northern Research Group, to change the status quo. I'd also like to recognise my opposite number, the honourable members for Bristol West and Barnsley East, who have been engaged throughout, and I know that they are supportive of the ambition behind a new regulator. Particular thanks should also be extended to the members for Southend West, Reading East, Hyndburn, Folkestone and Hythe, Ashford, Eltham, Walsall South, Sheffield South East, Liverpool West Derby, Nottingham East and Gateshead. Each MP and many others in this House, and the APPGs and the football authorities, the Football Supporters Association, the FA, the Premier League, the EFL, everybody has played their part in making sure that this bill is in the shape that it is as we bring it forward today. Everybody knows it takes a village to develop a bill of this size and scope, and credit is due to parties across the House, across football, across academia and business. Hundreds of people have given us their time and their insight to help get this regulator right. And for that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am extremely grateful. As members will know, the centrepiece of the Football Governance Bill is a new independent regulator, one with a clear and unambiguous purpose: protect the game that we all love. The way to do that is by getting football's house in order. To that end, the regulator won't interfere with matters on the pitch. It will instead be focused tightly on governance, finances, ownership and fans. It will help clubs to build their resilience while preventing teams from falling into the wrong hands to begin with. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. The mighty Bristol Street Trophy Wembley winners, Peterborough United, contacted me today expressing their support for this bill, but they did suggest that it was vital that the independent regulators had the power and the ability to intervene on financial model arrangements. Can she guarantee that the independent regulator will have those powers?
I'm pleased for the honourable members, my honourable friends' intervention. The regulator will have significant powers, both in relation to individual clubs and when triggered either by the Premier League or by the EFL, the leagues themselves. He will have backstop powers in order to look at the pyramid as a whole. Very happy to, or she, or it, yes.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, and always delighted to hear conversations about football taking place here or anywhere else. She's talking about clubs getting their house in order. Would she agree with me that an important part of that would be clubs looking at who their shirt sponsors are? And does she agree with me that shirt sponsorship by disposable vape sales companies is wholly unacceptable, has no part in modern football, and is showing a really bad example to all of our children who we want to love the game that matters so much to all of us?
I'm sure over the course of this debate, many people will be raising issues that are of concern to them and their constituents. I do want to emphasise that this is a bill about financial regulation. I'm very pleased that the Premier League has taken action on their fronts of shirts in relation to gambling. That's something that we looked at very closely. I'm very pleased that the government is taking action on vaping and smoking more broadly. But this is a bill about financial regulation. That is what we are going to address. It's tightly defined, and I'm very pleased that we are bringing in this legislation.
I'm grateful for the Secretary of State giving way, and she's exactly right about the financial aspect of this bill. There is a danger we have to make sure that we get the balance right, though. We don't want to kill the golden goose that is the Premier League, to make sure that we do have that growth in the sport, the likes of the Championship and the EFL, especially with the crowded calendar with the European matches as well. Does she believe that the regulator will have the ability to chart that very fine line between UEFA, FIFA and currently what she's proposing? Because that's going to be pretty tough.
We do not want to do anything at all to damage the Premier League. It is world-leading. It's worth £7 billion. People look to it across the world. What we're doing in this legislation, and we have worked very, very closely with the Premier League, with the EFL and with others to try and get this balance right. I've met with the executives extensively over this period. I've met with all the clubs, whether that's in the Premier League or within the EFL, to try and get that balance right. And what we're trying to do is to get a light touch regime which allows those leagues that are in operation to do what they're doing already, but have the regulator there. And as I said, it's about financial regulation. That's what this legislation is all about. I'm very happy to give way.
Grateful to her She will understand that many of my constituents who support Everton are greatly concerned at the 8-point deduction that has been applied by the Premier League for breaches of the profit and financial sustainability rules. Nottingham Forest faced a 2-point deduction for similar breaches. Other clubs have yet to face any sanction. Can she reassure my constituents and many other football fans that her commitment to support the Premier League isn't affecting any ability to ensure that the legislation that goes through doesn't provide sufficient strength, and that and does she share my concern that constituents of mine and many others are worried about a lack of transparency and consistency and fairness in the case of Everton and other clubs? Will she give reassurance on that point?
Well, as I'm making clear, what this bill does is regulate financial regulation. And I know many fans are concerned about issues within the game itself. This is not a bill which is going to regulate how football is played. That is a matter for the footballing authorities. What this is about is ensuring that clubs up and down the pyramid can have that financial sustainability, that the regulator is in place, that if in terms of distributions no deal is agreed, then the regulator can step in. This will protect the pyramid overall. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm grateful to Secretary for giving way and for the mention earlier in her speech. But if we're going to get financial stability into the game, does she accept that one of the biggest drivers of that is the parachute payments in the Championship? And this bill excludes the parachute payments from the powers of the regulator. Doesn't she think that's a flaw in the bill?
Look, we understand that parachute payments have a role to play. And there is provision in the bill to deal with parachute payments, but that provision is in relation to the consideration on a club-by-club basis in the licensing regime itself. Very happy to give way.
Grateful for Secretary of State. Just to follow on to that point, when clubs like Norwich City are promoted to the Premier League, those parachute payments give them the confidence to invest and drive competition within football. And aren't they a good thing? We should be supporting them.
As I mentioned, we do believe that parachute payments have a role to play. I know there are some issues concerns that people have in relation to the distortion that may happen. But what we are providing in the bill, if I can make clear, is that if there is any issue in relation to the finances of a particular club, and particularly by reference to the parachute payments it might have received, the regulator has an ability to look at that within the licensing regime as a whole. And now brings me on to the licensing regime. The licensing regime, very, very happy to give way.
On the issue of parachute payments, I've read the bill. I'm just wondering whether the Secretary of State actually has as well. Just looking at the paragraph 55, 2b, the regulator is not allowed to deal with revenue that the specified competition organiser distributes to a club by virtue of a team operated by the club being relegated from a competition organised by the specified competition organiser. In other words, parachute payments are deliberately excluded from the remit of the regulator. Why is that being done when it's one of the most distorted elements of the current arrangements?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course I've been very intimately involved in this bill, putting it together, all the policy recommendations, all the discussions with the parties, and I would encourage the honourable member to read all aspects of the bill and not just the provisions in relation to the backstop, which he quoted, because what the bill provides, and I know a lot of members feel the parachute payments are very important, so let me try and explain it again. I know many stakeholders have concerns about the impact of parachute payments on the financial stability, sustainability and resilience. And I know that they can play an important role in softening the financial blow of regulation at all levels in the football pyramid. And given the complexity of the issue, the regulator will need to undertake a holistic, evidence-based assessment of the system of financial distributions as part of its State of the Game report. And this would include an assessment of parachute payments. But parachute payments have been excluded specifically from the backstop mechanism to ensure that the two final proposals, because the final proposals will be a proposal by the Premier League and the EFL, to ensure that those are easily comparable and their impact on financial sustainability and resilience could be a relevant factor in both the decision to trigger the backstop and the final choice in relation to a proposal. But more generally, the regulator can look at the impact of a parachute payment on a particular club when it comes to the licensing regime. I'm going to carry on in relation. I've answered now 5 times on parachute payments, so I'm going to press on. I'm going to press on because I've answered this issue. So one of the main issues that we will be achieving our goal is through the new licensing regime. And under that system, all clubs in the top 5 tiers of the men's English football will need a licence to operate as professional football clubs. The regulator will have powers to monitor and enforce requirements in financial regulation, club ownership, fan engagement and club heritage protection, as well as setting a corporate governance code of practice and having the power to prohibit clubs from joining breakaway competitions. I'm very happy to give way.
Dr. Luke Evans.
It's fantastic the first 5 leagues will have to have a licence. Could she comment on the resources that will be necessary to be able to put that in place to make sure that that will be in play for the season, because that is a big undertaking that's going to need considerable resources to be able to monitor what's going on.
Order, and before the Secretary of State answers, just a reminder to colleagues, because I know there are some who are intervening who may not be wanting to catch my eye later. If colleagues do intervene, it is customary to stay for the entire speech. Secretary of State.
We're very conscious about the impact on clubs, and that's why we're giving clubs time to prepare for the measures that we will be bringing into play. On top of the new licensing system, the regulator will introduce a new strengthened owners and directors test to make sure a club's custodians are suitable and protect fans from irresponsible owners. This responds directly to growing concerns about financial mismanagement in football, particularly illicit finance, as well as fans fighting back against their owners at clubs like Blackpool and Charlton Athletic. The regulator, in a moment I'll give way, the regulator will also bring in new robust financial regulation to improve the financial resilience of clubs across the football pyramid. As members of this House will be all too aware, a lack of financial resilience is one of the key risks to the futures of clubs. Giving the regulator powers to oversee financial plans and step in to require clubs to beef up their financial resilience where it has concerns will prevent clubs facing cliff-edge situations like we recently saw at Southend United. This will not mean that all clubs have to break even. We know that striving for success can come at a cost. Ambition that makes this game, we know, so exciting. So we welcome investment and we welcome sustainable, sensible investment. But what we can't have is reckless overspending, irresponsible risk-taking and inadequate funding. That's why the regulator will look at each club's plans, how they're funded, and ensure clubs have the resources to manage their risk-taking. No longer can we have short-term actions jeopardising a club's long-term sustainability. I'm very happy to give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. She mentioned a couple of times fan engagement, and increasingly fans are feeling as though they're not being listened to by their clubs. The fan-led review, which she's also referred to, made a series of recommendations back in 2021 to give fans a real say in how their clubs are run. Can the Minister be clear as to how this bill will ensure that clubs are effectively and properly engaging with their fans and that fans' voices are not being ignored?
We identify in the bill a number of things that we know are very important to fans. Heritage assets like colour of shirt, badges, location of stadium, because these are the things that we know fans care about. But what we're doing in the bill is to ensure a proportionate approach, because we know engagement with different fans at different clubs who have very different measures in place, will require a proportionate case-by-case approach. So the regulator must ensure a level of engagement with fans, particularly on the issues that I identify. But we also want to ensure that it works for clubs as well. And therefore, it will be for the regulator to ensure that there is a proportionate approach. And this is, in fact, an aspect that I was about to go on to. What we will be doing is setting a minimum standard of fan engagement and requiring clubs to seek the approval of their fans for changes to those things I mentioned to comply with the strong existing protection for club names. Most clubs we know have a strong relationship with their fans, consciously engaging them in decisions about the club's heritage. However, there have been some notable exceptions like Cardiff City and Hull City, whose fans have had to battle to bring back or keep their club's colours, their badge and their name. The regulator, as I said, will also protect fan interests with a requirement for clubs to seek its approval for any sale or relocation of their home ground. The stadium a club plays in is not only a significant value to fans, but it can also be the club's most valuable asset. And it's only right that a club seeking to relocate has to demonstrate this was not significantly harm the heritage of the club. Very happy to give way.
Right Honourable Friend. The regulator is asked to balance the financial sustainability of the club alongside heritage concerns and make a decision either or ultimately under its purposes. So is it the case in that scenario that the regulator could decide to allow a club to move if it felt it was best for its sustainability in the future, even if the fans objected?
That's right. He has to take into account the views of fans and has to look at the proposals. If those are good proposals that he considers, then that change can take place. Under the new regulator, fans will no longer face the prospect of seeing their clubs signing up to ill-thought-out proposals such as the European Super League, which several Premier League clubs tried to join in 2021. The House was united in recognising that those proposals for the new competition were fundamentally uncompetitive and would have undermined the football pyramid against the wishes of fans. This regulator will stop that kind of closed-shop league from ever getting off the ground. I'm very happy to give way.
Grateful. And I respect what the Secretary of State's trying to do, but there's a huge inequality of arms between billionaire owners of clubs and fans of organisations. And I've been the MP for QPR for nearly 20 years, but in my political lifetime, in my small borough, there's also Chelsea and Fulham. And all three of those clubs have faced either being folded up by greedy owners or losing their grounds in perpetuity. And I don't see in the bill what is going to stop that happening in the future.
Well, all the measures in the bill cumulatively will ensure that clubs are well managed, they're well run, and therefore they are there and don't go into financial insolvency, administration, which decimates those communities. So all the measures that we've laid out, whether that's the owners and directors test, whether it's the measures to ensure that clubs have a financial plan, will ensure that these clubs are properly run. And the reason we're bringing this bill in is to ensure that the administrations that we've seen, the 64 administrations that we've seen since the Premier League was founded in 1992, is not continued. We're not saying that an administration or a difficulty, a club's never going to get into financial difficulty. What we're saying is that we're going to put in a strong framework into place to ensure that all your constituents, every member's constituents across this House, can be confident that their clubs will have a level of running essentially what is a business. They will be run well. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable.
I'm very, very grateful to the, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State. On that point, Leighton Orient in my constituency is now with which she's familiar. Is now owned by owners who are genuinely, in my view, dedicated to its welfare. Previously, it was owned by somebody who really the fit and proper person test had no effect on, and that person nearly destroyed the second oldest club in London. Is she confident that the new bill will ensure that people like that will not get their hands on clubs like Orient in the future?
Yes, this bill is all about ensuring that the owners and directors of clubs are fit and proper people, so that those circumstances that happened to the Honourable Members Club, which I was at just a few weeks ago, do not happen again.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I will support this legislation because I think many of the steps it takes are very necessary. I hope it will mean that Worcester City will never leave Worcester again as a football club. But much of what I'm hearing about the need to protect the financial sustainability of clubs and indeed of leagues also applies in the smaller but still very important world of rugby union. As she will know, and her honourable friend sitting next to her knows very well, the Worcester Warriors are currently without a place in professional rugby. If this succeeds, this legislation, will she consider applying it to other sports or applying individual legislation to other sports where it may be required to sustain the opportunities of the professional game?
Well, so the Honourable, my honourable friend knows the Minister for Sport and I have spent some time also looking at the issues in rugby and continue to do so. Look, we are setting out what we hope will be a strong financial framework for football, and I think it is being watched closely by other countries to see what they may or may not do in terms of football, and of course if other sports want to look to it, then of course they can do that. I'm going to go on to the backstop power, because broadcast revenue is obviously a hugely important source of income for clubs up and down our top-tier football leagues. But at present, the current distribution of revenue across the top 5 divisions isn't sufficient, and football hasn't been able to come to a suitable new arrangement. This not only contributes to problems of financial sustainability, it can also have a destabilising effect on the sport. So to avoid that in the future, the regulator will have new targeted backstop powers to help ensure there is a sufficient flow of money. However, these backstop powers are only intended as a last resort and can only be triggered if certain conditions are met. The backstop mechanism has been designed with industry and leading experts to give football the incentives to reach a timely compromise, thereby delivering the right outcomes whilst minimising costly regulatory involvement. The final part of the regulator's job is improving the corporate governance of clubs. To that end, we will establish a football club corporate governance code and will require clubs to report regularly on their corporate governance, setting out how they've applied the code and why this is suitable for their circumstances. I'm very happy to give it.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. The language in the bill, I think, reflects the language on corporate governance in the 2006 Companies Act. But their corporate governance also includes the relationship a board of directors has not just to the component parts of the business, but to their employees as well. Would it not be inherent within this that the corporate governance code should also suggest how clubs maintain high player welfare standards as well?
We've looked very closely at precedents in other areas, particularly in regulatory fields, to form the basis of this bill. But what we've always been conscious about is that we are regulating in a commercial space, and football clubs are businesses. The Premier League is world leading, and we are regulating because of a failure of football to solve these issues themselves. What we don't want to do by this bill is to over-regulate into areas that we would not be regulating but for this bill. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to strike that right balance. And that's why this bill, notwithstanding some of the questions that have been put to me in this House, that's why this bill is focusing on financial regulation, not interfering with the game, not interfering with how players are looked after, because that is really important. It is really important. But the leagues have a role to play, and they should be primarily responsible for running the game.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? I just wanted to check that the regulators have sufficient powers to intervene if some of the owners are servicing debts in other areas of their company.
Well, the regulator will have strong powers to look at owners' directors' tests and financial plans, and he or she, or the regulator as a whole, will have powers which are designed to ensure the financial sustainability of football. And so a question would arise, I suspect, on the honourable member's particular case as to whether it was interfering in Football London, the particular football club. Very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful, and she's been very generous. And I thank her also for mentioning Cardiff City. I hope to catch this Madam Deputy Speaker's eye later, perhaps, and talk some more about that. But one reason why the government regulates in commercial space and in business, of course, is to promote competition. And in the government's own white paper, the government said that the scale of parachute payments can distort competition in the Championship and encourage greater financial risk-taking by clubs that are not in receipt of them. So if the regulator has no power in this sphere, how is that going to ensure that the pyramid is a reality rather than becoming ever and ever more difficult to climb?
Look, I recognise the concerns that are raised in relation to parachute payments, and I recognise the concerns are being raised in relation to the distortion of competition. The reason that parachute payments have been specifically included in relation to the backstop powers is the reasons that I have already identified, because of the way that the backstop mechanism works, where there are two individual offers that are made by the Premier League or by the EFL. But that's not to say that parachute payments are completely ignored, because the regulator has, when he or she puts together the state of the game, will look at the state of the game from in a holistic way. It's also not to say that if the parachute payments are affecting a particular club and the running of that particular club and the finances of a particular club, that the regulator doesn't have any ability to look at the parachute payments within an individual club. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. I just want to go back to her point there. I think she said something very important about looking at precedents for regulation in other areas, because my understanding is that certainly one of the reasons I'm standing here today is through a love of the game. So while I recognise there are financial matters which do need regulation, that's not the whole of this issue. And the concerns that myself and certainly many constituents have brought to me is that this will be just treated simplistically like one set of problems, just financial, without consideration for the community ties, for the involvement of fans, etc. In her reference to other examples that she might have looked at, has she found anything which cracked that particular nut, which managed to capture that nuance?
Well, I would say to my honourable friend, there doesn't need to be a nuance, because the whole of the point of this legislation is that we're doing this to protect fans, communities and clubs. And the heart of that is to make sure that those clubs are financially sustainable. But within the regulation, and the legislation, we also have measures to ensure those particular things that fans care deeply about, their heritage, that we do have fan engagement that is taking place in relation to those really important issues. But I cannot overstate that whilst we want to protect the Premier League, that important world-leading asset that we have around the globe, we also want to protect fans and communities, and that is what this legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is all about. And taken together, the new measures and the carefully considered remit of the regulator will help us do these things: safeguard clubs, protect the interests of our fans, and avoid unnecessary and excessive regulation. The vast majority of our clubs are run well and they live within their means. And I'm confident that those clubs and their owners will recognise that this bill and the new regulator are going to help us to put football on a solid basis for years to come. It's a bill that's going to preserve and enhance all the things we love about our national game, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the Football Governance Bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State, Thangam Debbonaire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying how good it is to see this bill receive its second reading, and at long last, because many people have been campaigning for this for many years, and it does indeed, as the Secretary of State has acknowledged, have cross-party support. But a lot of people have put in a lot of work. Lots of people in this room, a lot of people outside this room. Sadly, weeks, months, and I'm afraid, indeed, Secretaries of State have gone by, but I'm glad to see it here at last. So since I was given the honour of serving in this role, I've met with fans, clubs, representative leagues, governing bodies and special interest groups, and I want to thank them all for their time and expertise, and I know they are following our proceedings closely. Can I also thank the civil servants at the departments who I know will have put in painstaking work to get us to this point. They deserve our appreciation, and I'm hearing that also from the bench opposite. Now, this new law will not fix all of football's problems, and nor is it designed to. I believe it can be transformative if it is done right, both through its passage in Parliament and in the crucial implementation phase. The prize here can be greater financial sustainability across the whole football pyramid and, crucially, fans having a greater say in how their clubs are run. Now, I say it can be those things, but it's up to us to make sure that happens, because this is what fans deserve. It is what Labour has called for in our last 3 election manifestos. So on this side of the House, we are absolutely committed to passing this bill into law and to making it work. It is a once-in-a-generation chance to change the game this country loves for the better. And we must all realise the responsibility we have to make a success of it. Football is part of what it means to be British. It reaches across borders. It is part of our global brand. It brings us together. Yes, it sometimes brings crushing disappointments. But it also brings us joy. We watch with our families and friends at the local, in the stands or in the living rooms. We cheer and we chant with strangers. In stadiums and together we sit on the edge of our seats with nervousness. Labour will never take the magic of football for granted. It deserves our attention and our hard work. Football is also an economic powerhouse. As my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has clearly set out, Labour's #1 mission is to go for growth. And the Premier League and its clubs contributed more than £4.2 billion in tax contributions in the year 2021 to 22 and supported more than 90,000 jobs. The English Football League clubs contribute so much to our country, to our country's finances, to jobs, as well as to joy. The next Labour government wants to invest. We want to invest in hospitals, in schools, in repairing the damage done by the last 14 years, and in making sure that every child gets a great experience of sport and physical activity at school. And that's why this contribution to public funds is so important to us, and it's why we'll be focused on economic growth. So, of course, Labour will support football up and down the pyramid to grow sustainably and to create even more jobs along with the joy. Now, I say sustainably because Labour believes it's important the whole football pyramid shares in the success of the game. In England, we have a system for football which leads the world. The English football pyramid is built on competition. And the fans' love of the game was never more clearly demonstrated than when they overwhelmingly rejected the closed competition model of the proposed European Super League, which set the train to the Right Honourable Lady's fan-led review and to where we are today. But there's still so much more. 30 years ago, I'm happy to give way.
Friend, for giving way, and she mentioned the fan-led review. Does she agree with me that the women's game is now growing exponentially and it's out of scope of the bill? Does she agree that there is scope for maybe the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford in a new role to look at the women's game and see if there is some sort of regulation we can deal with there?
I thank my Right Honourable Femme for that intervention, and she rightly pays tribute to the Right Honourable Lady for Chatham and Aylesford. But I have to say, there has also been a substantial contribution by Karen Carney, leading the Karen Carney review, which I've read with interest, which was great, which I believe the Honourable Lady Right Honourable Lady may be aware of. It's certainly, members who've not read it, it's certainly worth a very detailed read, and it deserves all of our attention. And I'm really proud of the fact that the English women's game is growing so strongly, so well, inspiring so many women and girls to get active, to get fit. And I think the Right Honourable Lady's work, combined with the Karen Carney review, sets the train for exactly what the Right Honourable Lady is looking for, which is strength in our women's game, which deserves it and deserves our admiration. Bringing new audiences in all the time, I think that's fantastic. Now, 30 years ago, EFL revenue, English Football League revenues was 75% of the Premier League's, and today they're just 6%. The gap then was £11 million, it's now £3 billion. And it's not that that income isn't already distributed from the Premier League, it is, but increasing amounts are spent on the parachute payments, which are major clubs relegated from the Premier League for up to 3 seasons. And the government's own white paper, and I respectfully remind the team opposite of this, it was their own white paper that recognised the scale of these payments that can have unintended consequences. Very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
She makes reference to the parachute payments, and does she feel that the actual inclusion of this clause that actually prohibits the discussion or even inclusion of parachute payments as relevant payments is already prejudging the outcome of the state of the game by excluding them to start with rather than leaving the question open, which it should be when the review is done?
I think my honourable friend raises a really important point, and it's so important that the State of the Game report leads the way, that the regulator is allowed to look at the evidence and allowed to have the scope to intervene where that is necessary. I fear that the Right Honourable Lady may have inadvertently confused some of the issue in her earlier remarks. I think she began to clarify them, and I'd be grateful if in his summing up, if the Minister would help to clarify some of this, because I think there has some confusion remaining. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
On that point, I certainly think if we don't sort it out today, we'll at least have some time in committee to try and untangle what Clause 55 actually means in the legislation. What I thought the Secretary of State said was that the parachute payments are in play in terms of the discussions about the distribution of funds within football until it gets to the backstop, when they can't take them off the table. So almost what's been said, if the Premier League don't reach an agreement with the EFL until the point of the backstop, the Premier League then have effectively a veto over stopping parachute payments being changed. That's what's been said. I think it's a position that really needs to be changed when we get into committee.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and like other colleagues, they're so knowledgeable about the detail of this bill, and I really urge the government to consider what's been said here. It's said in a constructive spirit. Everybody here wants to get to the bottom of what this confusion might mean. We want to make sure that football has got the tools it needs, that the regulator has got the tools that the regulator needs in order to grow the sustainability, and sustainability is such a key word, which the government has used themselves. I think the confusion on parachute payments is one that's is worthy of further attention, because there is so much money involved here, but there's also the distortive effect that the government's own white paper identified, and rightly so. Now, if we don't look at this, we risk that distorted competition in the Championship by encouraging greater financial risk-taking by the clubs that don't receive those payments. And we know then that this can result in an over-reliance on owner funding, which, again, simply is not always sustainable. Clause 55, subsection 2, as honourable friends have mentioned, excludes the parachute payments from any order by the regulator on revenue distribution. So I gently say to the government, as there seems to be some contradictions here or possibly confusion, we would like that cleared up, and I'd be grateful if the Minister, in his summing up, could say more about how the money currently used for parachute payments could actually make more impact, perhaps be shared more widely, and whether or not he has examined in detail and to what extent he feels that this is satisfactory within the current terms of the bill. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
Very grateful for the opposition giving way. Part of the problem is football is inherently risky. The very nature of what you do is to get promoted or not. Therefore, trying to engineer some sustainability in that from an investment point of view of people putting money into a club like we saw with Derby County, if they had been promoted, the model would have worked, however it failed, and so did they. How does Labour see that they would substantiate that business to be able to allow individual investors from across the globe to invest in the best leagues in the world, while matching that and making sure that clubs like Derby are protected?
I just gently point the honourable gentleman to his government's own white paper. It comes from there. Yes, of course, the game is inherently risky. That's part of what makes it thrilling. But actually, we need to be thinking about whether that is a calculated risk that is part of the thrill of the game, or it's an unintended consequence of a possible market failure. And we really need to look at this issue of whether or not there is distorted competition. And I have to say, if the honourable gentleman hasn't read his government's own white paper, I gently suggest that he should. Well, then I feel that he really needs. We really need further discussion on this when we go upstairs for committee, and I think it is worthy of that consideration, because calculated risk taking, we need to be clear about when we are taking unnecessary risks and when there are unintended consequences of the way finance is distributed. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to her on that point, because surely the ability of football club ownership to spend money they've got in order to take that risk is something they should be able to do. But if what they're doing, as Derby County did, as Glasgow Rangers did, is actually to spend money from the future, that means that if this year's risk fails, the club's inevitably going to go bust. In the case of Glasgow Rangers, disappear altogether. In the case of Derby County, almost disappear. Then that's a risk that the football fans aren't willing for the club to take, and the regulator should be preventing, surely.
I mean, my honourable friend raises the most important point, which is fans and how fans feel. No, there should be no taking of reckless risks. There should be no jeopardising of a club's future. That's important. There is a difference. Any business owner, I mean, the honourable gentleman mentioned businesses. Any business owner knows this, that you think about what level of risk you're going to take. Fans are at the heart of football, though. This is one of the things that makes football special and unique, is what fans want to see. And that's such an important feature of our discussion. Yes, happily.
Same question I asked the Secretary of State, really, because the Honourable Lady could be Secretary of State this year. So, as a football fan, I don't know whether she goes to watch football or maybe goes to watch Bristol Rovers in her own city. She will know that early this year, Bristol Rovers had the mighty Norwich City at their stadium. They had 10,000 fans for an FA Cup replay for a midweek match. That was very important to them. Bristol Rovers have called on the FA to reverse their decision to scrap FA Cup replays. This bill is about financial resilience and viability throughout the pyramid. So, as the opposition, what's their view on the FA's decision last week?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. I mean, he said himself, this bill is about financial resilience. If we're going to get into a discussion about replays, obviously Bristol Rovers is my local club. I listen to what they've got to say, but I also listen to what fans across the country have got to say. They are clearly very upset about this decision. The right honourable member for Holborn and St Pancras, the leader of the opposition, has also made his views on this extremely clear, because we really think that replays are part of the game. Keir has said, the right honourable gentleman has said, replays are an important part of our game. Fans, and you can hear that in the reactions from honourable members and right honourable members behind me. But as he himself has said, that's not part of this bill. And we are focused on financial resilience. But he will know how much I've enjoyed being at Bristol Rovers. I was on the terraces only the other week watching them lose to Reading. But that's part of the joy of football, isn't it? That and the pies. So, it's down to the league. Sorry, I want to talk now about the way revenue is distributed throughout the football pyramid, because that's an important consideration of this bill. One of many ways that the bill sets up a future for the regulator is about financial distribution. It is down to the leagues themselves to reach a deal on broadcast revenue distribution, but it will sadden us all that at the moment a deal still seems to be a long way off. It seems that there has been something of a breakdown in communication, and I've met with many of the interested parties. I've listened to concerns. I appreciate that it's complex, and I know this isn't easy, but I do urge both sides to come to an agreement. But if these negotiations can't result in a deal when this bill is enacted and the regulator is in operation, they will have the power to select one of the two options put forward by the parties. This is an important backstop power which should be used as a last resort, but it clearly is important that such a power exists. And given how important the backstop is, can the government minister opposite tell us in his summing up what work has been undertaken to ensure that this specific part of the bill actually works in practice? Is it legally watertight? Are there questions which still have to be answered? Certainly in my engagement with stakeholders there still seem to be many very important questions that need to be answered, which we will be exploring further in committee stage, but I'd be grateful if he could give us a bit more indication at this stage of what work has been done about what this is going to mean in reality. Now, proportionality, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be key for us all. As many members across this House have said, we want the game to succeed. We want the game to continue in its great future that it has for the whole country. And so proportionality is really important. With all legislation and regulation, we have to strike the right balance. Nowhere more so than in relation to the licensing scheme for clubs. This is the mechanism through which a majority of the regulation and enforcement will be delivered. And it's right that the regulator will be able to tailor clubs' obligations proportionately, especially when it comes to clubs in the National League, which I think many honourable members also represent constituencies in which there is a National League team. We support an appropriate transition period to enable clubs to prepare for this process, because we must bring clubs of all sizes into the system in an appropriate way. Colleagues have also mentioned sanctions. The regulator won't have the ability to impose points deductions on clubs which break the rules as the bill stands. That is the decision that Labour backs. But I know how much this matters to colleagues across the House and, of course, to fans up and down the country who are understandably devastated when their clubs are hit with points deductions as a result of decisions the fans have no power over. The leagues will continue after the formation of this regulator. They will continue to have their own financial rules. There is nothing to suggest that points deductions for rule breaches of the league's own rules won't continue. Now, nobody wants to see points deductions for corporate or financial mismanagement, least of all fans. And I hope, and I know that fans hope, I hope that this regulator in the licensing scheme will mean that clubs are more financially sustainable, and that will mean that breaches of league rules and the associated points deductions are much less likely. But again, if the Minister would like to address this in his remarks in summing up, that would be really helpful. Football clubs are the pride of our towns and cities. They're an important part of our civic identity, the heart of our communities. New owners often bring important investment, but I know from speaking with clubs, it's about more than that. It's a big responsibility and an honour to be the custodian of a football club. Owners should take that seriously. And I know that's how it feels for the owner of my local club, Bristol Rovers. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
She's making a very good speech. It's one other thing that clubs do. Through their community arms, in the case of QPR and the Community Trust, they actually regenerate areas. In one of the poorest communities in the country, what Andy Evans and his team there is big business, and it makes a massive contribution to the local community. But they fear, as a club, both the poor governance of football and also the financial inequality in football puts all that at risk. Isn't that what's at stake in this bill?
I think my honourable friend is exactly right. There are so many things at stake in this bill, and that's why it's so important that we get it right. I know full and well the important work done by football community trusts, by supporters clubs, by so many people involved in the game who help regenerate their communities, but they can't do this on their own, and they can't do this if their club isn't sustained financially. That is what's at stake, and he's absolutely right. I've seen that for myself in what Bristol Rovers does for our local community. And as I said, I was meeting with the owner of my local club, Bristol Rovers, just recently, and it was a pleasure to meet him, but also to hear from him and from fans about the importance of growing the club sustainably, investing in the local community. And I was impressed to hear the number of ways that the owner, the management and the fans have engaged with each other, have learnt from each other. And there's always more to do, and I'm sure that all clubs would acknowledge there's always more that they can do to really hear what fans have got to say and what their community trusts are doing and how they can be enabled and supported to do more of that and what they do so well. But while the vast majority of owners do act in the best interests of their clubs, some do not. That's why Labour has been calling for new checks on owners and directors. And this bill stipulates that these checks will look into whether the prospective new owners have sufficient financial resources to be a suitable owner, review their finances to make sure that these are sound, check whether prospective owners behave with honesty and integrity, and will also assess officers' competence and check if owners' source of wealth is connected to serious criminal conduct. But again, I'm going to ask the Minister if he would address this in his summing up. What does all this mean in practice? The bill is not clear if these tests will be objective or subjective in nature. Some of them certainly appear to be distinctly subjective. How will the tests be conducted? What will the criteria be? Will this be addressed in government guidance, in the regulations? Will it be addressed? Is his expectation that it will be addressed in the code? I would be grateful if the Minister could clarify this. I'm very happy to give way.
I think the bill is reasonably clear that the regulator considers not only those, but also any other rules the regulator wishes to write into the rule book. This will give us, for the first time ever, a subjective test set by the regulator, which can be enforced with statute backing it up.
The honourable gentleman seems to be saying that it is a subjective test, and I was asking if he thinks that there are any objective tests, because I think that's important in terms of fairness. Where are they objective? Where are they subjective? Concepts such as competency can be interpreted both objectively and subjectively, and I would really appreciate the Minister's clarification of what he views as the government's position on this. I'm happy to give way.
So giving way, one of the issues we came across with the huge difficulties which Mr Warriors went through, they had a director who was approved on the basis that he had been approved by the footballing authorities. He was approved because he was a practising solicitor. It turned out a disbarred practising solicitor. Isn't it absolutely vital that a regulator has the ability to check on information which is given to them, and even if people provide misleading information to a regulator, they have the ability to intervene and strike those people off as appropriate directors where necessary?
Well, of course, he raises exactly why it's so important that the owners and directors test is going to work. And I think that's why I'm addressing these remarks to the government. It is, after all, the government's own bill, and I would like to know a bit more, well, substantially more actually, from the government minister in answer to the questions that I've put and that others have put. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know there are many people wanting to speak, and so I'm coming towards a close with fan engagement and a mention of the women's game. Fan engagement, Madam Deputy Speaker, is crucial, and we do back fans in having a greater say in how their clubs are run. Therefore, it is quite right that if the bill requires that if a club proposes changes to club colours or crests, they have taken reasonable steps to ensure that the changes are supported by a majority of fans. But fan engagement should not be reduced to a box-ticking exercise, neither should it be one size fits all. Engagement needs to be meaningful and appropriate and suitable for each club. The women's game has been mentioned. It isn't explicitly mentioned in the game, but women's football had a stellar few years, I think we'd all agree. It's growing quickly, bringing new crowds to stadiums, introducing lots of girls to the joys of physical activity. I'm determined to see the women's game grow even more. And I've mentioned already that proportionality is a key principle that must be considered through the passing of this bill. And having listened to what representatives of the women's game have to say at this point, I do not think it's wise to introduce regulation to the women's game before it's ready or unless it's necessary. But it is right that there are powers in this bill to introduce regulation to a league designated by the Secretary of State, which could, if necessary in future, include the women's game. I will be monitoring this closely in collaboration with representatives of women's football. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the governance of English football is in a position of some uncertainty. This is on this government's watch, and that uncertainty has been allowed, in my view, to carry on far too long. That's been and continues to be to the detriment of clubs and their finances. So, after the passage of this long-awaited bill and the establishment of the regulator, I do hope that football is then able to enter a new period of stability in terms of governance. As this bill progresses, that's what members across this House should be aiming for, and that's what fans across the country deserve. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dame Tracey Crouch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise unsurprisingly in support of this bill. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to see you in the chair for these opening moments of the legislation, because I know that you take a keen interest in Doncaster Rovers, and while you're not able to speak in the chamber on these matters, I know that you have been a fine advocate for their views during this process. And also may I congratulate the Honourable Lady for Bristol West, not just for completing the marathon on Sunday, but for also standing up and sitting down without an audible oof, because 2 days after, that's pretty commendable. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank, first of all, the ministerial team and the long-suffering officials at DCMS who have worked exceptionally hard on bringing forward this bill. It is a detailed piece of legislation that has been well worked through in order to ensure it moves smoothly through Parliament, enable it to be in place as soon as possible. I also want to pay tribute to those who have campaigned on this issue for many years. Now, I may have chaired the fan-led review, but the truth is that a blueprint for reform was created long before. I went down a Hansard rabbit hole, thanks to James in the official report team, and read some fabulous references from days past, including a glorious contribution from the much-missed Alan Keane in 1997, which highlighted, and I quote, "The Premier League and the Football Association govern themselves with no appeal beyond their confines. Given last week's furore over the FA Cup replays, it still seems apt. There are too many to list, but the likes of Richard Caborn, Andy Burnham, my colleague for Folkestone and Hythe, Kevin Mars and his team at the FSA, David Bernstein, Gary Neville, Henry Winter and Peter Crouch, no relation, have been vocal campaigners for change. The truth is, for many years, sports ministers, including myself, have stood at that dispatch box, crisis after football crisis, and pleaded with the authorities to reform themselves or Parliament would. And here we finally find ourselves. Now, the Secretary of State has already set out the context of this bill. It is always important to remember that the Premier League asked government to intervene when 6 clubs sought to join the European Super League. Their pleas led to the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson promising a legislative time bomb. This came on the back of high-profile financial problems in the football pyramid, including the demise of Bury, which my friend, the member for Bury North, has spoken of many times in this chamber. The fan-led review was the outcome of the request from the Premier League of the regulatory failings to prevent clubs from disappearing from our football landscape and the subsequent massacre of the community ecosystem that supported them. The review was a deep dive into these issues, and I shall forever remain grateful for those who participated. In preparation for this speech, I reread some of the submissions to this review. It was interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, to read that the Premier League, in their submission to us, thought that there could be use for an institution with step-in powers, with a capacity to intervene should they manifestly have failed to uphold their rules. The submission also went on to say, and I quote, "Such a body could also set the general principles required for standards for governance and transparency, including for financial regulation, could strengthen the independent operation of the OADT, support the principles of standards for owners' responsibilities as custodians, and protect decision-making over key issues for fans." The same paragraph continued, "Provided it operated in a proportionate way that respected the benefits of permitted well-run clubs and leagues to be nimble in their decision-making and encouraged to innovate and take properly assessed risks, then this could make an important and positive contribution to maintaining and enhancing what is the world's most dynamic and attractive football environment." This bill is exactly all those things, shaped brilliantly to reflect the words of the Premier League itself of what a great regulator could look like, and leaving many of us scratching our heads as to why they have spent the last few weeks lobbying to stop the bill progressing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say a few things about some of the specific clauses in the bill. Clause 3 sets out to define an ultimate owner of a club. This is a very important clause, as part of the challenge in the past is that this hasn't been as clear as it could have been. Clauses 5 to 8 set out the objectives and principles of regulation. By doing so, it makes it clear that the regulator should be nimble in its approach, can oblige good governance and real-time interventions, but is not obliged to guarantee zero failures. However, the bill makes clear that the regulator will be time-efficient, consistent and transparent, a departure, some might argue, from the current regulation. Clauses 12 and 13 are absolutely key in how the regulator evolves. Good guidance will be essential to its success, and we've already heard that from contributions, interventions so far. Now, already I foresee strong guidance required on the role of fan advisory boards and fan engagement, such as that set out in Schedules 4 and 5, along with certain technical challenges, such as pitch ownership, if it is different to the club. Timely but well thought through guidance done in consultation with key parties is going to be much needed if the regulator is to hit the ground running. Although equally as important is the need to not overload on guidance and create regulation by proxy. The whole point of the regulator is to improve governance, be open and transparent, yet agile to change. Clauses 26, particularly 7 and 8, subsection 7 and 8, which I refer to in my notes as the Martin Samuel clauses. Martin is a journalist, but he would regularly ask me whether the honesty and integrity test would prevent Boris Johnson from running a football club. The bill clarifies that the test is defined by crimes under the Serious Crime Act, so offences covered by fixed penalty notice are not relevant, a relief to anyone involved in football who may have been issued with a speeding fine or other such fines. Now, clauses 37, subsection 2, relate to the regulator having regard to foreign and trade policy objectives. This has become a slight distraction to the argument around the independence of the regulator. And with that in mind, I am going to suggest an amendment to the clause to change the word must to may. Now, it's boringly technical to the outside world, but incredibly important if we are to impress on the value of the regulator's independence. Part 5 is a very important aspect of the bill for the domestic fan base, covering prohibited competitions and the protection of club heritage, including ground disposal. This, for the fans, is very much the soul of the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we published the review, I explained that its order was crafted like a good album. We put all the chapters about governance first before we got to redistribution of revenue. The way I see it is at the moment the Premier League gives a substantial amount of money to the wider pyramid, but without the necessary structures of good governance. It is akin to having the heating on with the windows open. Putting in proper regulatory structures should give the Premier League and its clubs confidence that its money is going to good owners with proper business plans in place, real-time financial monitoring that gives significant protection. This bill follows that same mindset. You get the structure right, then you distribute the finances, and that is what Part 6 of this bill does. However, there are a couple of key points I wish to make on this part of the bill. Firstly, there is an argument to be had about whether the regulator itself should have the ability in principle to trigger the backstop. It is one that I'm sympathetic to, but needs to be done carefully. Secondly, and while colleagues have focused on parachute payments, Clause 55 is currently drafted so broadly that it could be interpreted that both domestic and international broadcast revenue is deemed relevant revenue and available for distribution. That is not the case at the moment. I am slightly surprised that the list of things it wants to amend that the Premier League that the Premier League itself hasn't included this. It is very important that we seek to clarify precisely what is considered relevant revenue at the earliest opportunity. Third, I also think it's essential we define, either on the face of the legislation or at some point during the parliamentary proceedings, the definition of material change. What might seem material to the EFL might not seem material to the Premier League. Fourth, the powers of the regulator will extend to the National League, as presumably will the redistribution of funding. However, I note that the National League has said it opposes the regulator. It is within the gift of the Secretary of State to define the reach of the regulator, so she could, if she felt necessary, remove the National League from this bill, and with it remove them from the redistribution of finances, and instead allow them to continue their existing arrangement via the FA. Finally, on this section, it is right that we put these powers in the bill, but may I just say, it is disappointing that 2 years on from the review, no deal has been done by the football authorities on distribution. There were solid recommendations in the review that would have moved this debate much further forward than it is now, but were ignored. And so here we are with the regulator requiring powers to intervene, as was promised, over and over again. Now, there's one final point, Madam Speaker, on the clauses in the bill. Clause 94 of the bill means that all fines received are paid into the consolidated fund. While it may not make me popular with the Chancellor, in order to ensure that the regulator is deemed independent of government, I propose that this is amended so monies raised above and beyond the regulator's costs are diverted directly back into grassroots football, which I'm sure would be much appreciated as we look to continue the growth in participation and investment in facilities in the run-up to and long after the Euros in 2028. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't wish to test the tolerance of the House, so I shall wind up my remarks. I love football, and while the Premier League continues to cast me and others who support this bill as the enemy of success, investment, growth and international competitiveness, I would argue that quite the opposite is true. The Premier League is one of our finest exports, and nothing in my review or this bill changes that. Instead, this bill protects the pyramid from the vulnerabilities and fragilities that have challenged football over the years. It protects football clubs from those owners who forget that they are merely custodians of something greater than a trinket. It serves to protect fans, clubs and entire communities from losing their heart and soul. And for that, I hope the whole Parliament will come together to support this bill and get it onto the statute book as quickly as possible.
I do thank the Honourable Lady for her kind words about Doncaster Rovers, and I get the feeling that I speak for the whole House today in saying how pleased we are that her work in this area has been recognised. Before I call the next speaker, as colleagues can see, a great deal of members, right honourable and honourable members, wish to contribute to the debate. So my first advice would be to perhaps try to confine remarks to about 7 minutes. Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also broadly welcome the bill and add to the Secretary of State's list of people that she was praising, the members of the DCMS Select Committee, of which I was a member until the end of last year. And I was glad to see several members of that committee in the House today for the second reading. Can I also say it's a pleasure to speak directly after my honourable friend, I think I can call her that after all these years, and commend her also for her work on this area, but also for her terrific speech that she's just delivered to the House. I found myself agreeing, I think, with pretty much everything that she said, and I know we're in favour of replays, but perhaps it would be wise of me not to repeat everything that she said, and I'll try not to do that in my speech, but I commend her very much for what she had to say. And there are still some who question whether or not Parliament should be regulating in this area at all. Why should we be legislating to regulate football? After all, we don't do that in every sport, although as the Honourable Member for Worcester pointed out, perhaps in the case of rugby union, there's a strong case to do so after what happened to his local club and to other clubs last year in the English Premiership in rugby. But in reality, Parliament has got quite a long record, actually, of legislating specifically around football, in lots of different areas. And in fact, of course, I've got a bill myself which will be having its committee stage on May the 8th, which is the unauthorised entry to football matches a bill, which I hope with widespread support it has will make its way into law if we get time before a general election is called. So there is a long record of football-specific legislation, so it's not that unusual. And of course, football just plays such a huge part in our culture. And as a Member of Parliament representing Cardiff West, I know we often talk about the English football pyramid, but of course that does include Welsh clubs and historically has done so for well over a century. And football is a huge part of our culture in Wales. In fact, a lot of honourable members won't know it is the most popular sport in Wales, more popular even than rugby, and that's been helped greatly by the success of our Welsh men's national football team in recent years, including reaching the semi-final of the Euros. But of course, we wouldn't be legislating, as honourable members have pointed out, if football had demonstrated the ability to regulate itself, which many of us have called upon it to do for many, many years, including the late Alan Keane, who I'm glad got a mention from the Honourable Lady in her speech. And it's telling that this bill is actually now widely welcomed across football in almost all of its tiers, except as has been mentioned in the perhaps the Vanarama National League, but also the higher echelons of the Premier League. And I completely acknowledge that the Premier League is not only the world's most successful club competition, but its existence has also brought benefit down the football pyramid. In the first 25 years of its existence, Premier League's existence, revenues in the second, third and fourth tiers grew more than tenfold after it was created. But revenues in the Premier League grew 30-fold in that period of time. And that's really, in a sense, the nub of the issue. Without effective redistributive methods, there is an inevitable consequence, if we go on as we are, that the gap between the top and the lower tiers will gradually make the pyramid untenable and unworkable. And without a long-term viable pyramid, football at the top will become even more of a cartel than it currently is. And I would remind the Premier League and its chief executive that he told the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee earlier this year that he was, and I quote, totally accepting of the bill and the regulator coming in after that bill. So I think as the bill progresses, we should bear that comment in mind. He said that on the record to the Select Committee, and we should hold the Premier League to that. Football should be about competition, obviously, and we've heard about that during the course of the debate. Business should be about competition, and regulation is about helping to promote fair competition. That is the role of Parliament, and the role of government, and the role of the state in this sphere. And in the absence of an agreement between the Premier League and the English Football League, the backstop power of the regulator is an essential tool to ensure that fair competition can remain possible, and that smaller businesses are not ultimately wiped out by the gradual concentration of resources at the top of the game and the impossibility of making progress in the game without taking the sorts of risks which undermine local clubs. Ultimately, it has led to a number of the situations we've heard about with other football clubs. And I don't see how ministers are going to be able to convince honourable and right honourable members that you can do that without the regulator having any powers to deal with pyramid payments and the issue of pyramid payments, because as we've heard in the government's own white paper, they acknowledge the distorting impact that has on competition, and if this bill's about fair competition, then I believe that has to be dealt with. I do want to mention my own club of Cardiff City. Honourable members wouldn't expect anyone not to mention their own club, whose stadium's located in my Cardiff West constituency, and whose recent history actually has contributed some of the clauses in this bill, particularly around fans' rights. I don't want everyone simply to dwell on that point. Cardiff City have been very successful during my 23 years in Parliament. They've been in the Premier League twice. They reached the FA Cup final. They lost on penalties in the League Cup final to Liverpool, so they've had a great success. But as is well known, some years ago, a new owner, Vincent Tan, decided to change the club's colours from the traditional blue to red, believing it to be a colour that brought good fortune. And as you can imagine, for a football club universally known as the Bluebirds, the switch to red was somewhat problematic, so I put it that way, for the fans of the football club. And I welcome both the fact that eventually that decision was overturned by the owner and he changed his mind, but also that this bill would not allow this sort of thing to happen in future without the involvement of the fans. And I can confirm that Cardiff City Football Club welcome this bill, and I want to thank Steve Borley, who's the director of the club and who wrote to me about the bill and said the game's fractured governance model and the inequitable distribution of finances is increasingly putting the game at risk. And I think that's why this bill is so important. I want to mention also that the bill doesn't pay any reference or make any reference to the players. And I think that is a missing part of the bill. And the Professional Footballers Association and the Players Union have written to honourable members about that and said that it is a shame that footballers are not mentioned in the bill at all. They've said, as drafted, there's currently no reference to players within the bill, and we think this is a significant omission. So I'd like to hear why that is the case from ministers and whether they would consider some of those representations from the Players Union to make sure that there are appropriate references to them in the bill, and also reassurances about some of the existing structures which protect the rights of players, which they're concerned about. No one here wants to damage the Premier League. I simply want my club, Cardiff City, to have a fair chance of playing in the Premier League again, and I hope that this bill will go some way, hopefully improved, strengthened and amended, to ensure we have a healthier future for football.
Chair of the DCMS Select Committee, Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also rise to welcome this bill and congratulate the government for bringing it forward. I have to admit that on the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee we were wondering whether this day would ever come, but Madam Deputy Speaker, the government appears to have been inspired by the mighty Portsmouth Football Club, who last week, in a last-minute goal, secured victory and promotion to the Championship. And it's edge-of-the-seat sporting drama like that that makes British football, right from the very bottom to the top, the best in the world, from the millionaires at the top of the Premier League to the grassroots club like Gosport Borough, who have treated fans to a romping season, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they're in the Southern Football League and sit tantalisingly in the promotion zone. But of course, there's also Fleetlands FC, who are pushing for promotion in the Wessex League Division 1. Here in Parliament, of course, we have also been kept on the edge of our seats, eagerly awaiting this bill, which could potentially reshape the landscape of football governance, because increasingly over the last few years in particular, it's the instability off the pitch that's grabbed the headlines, not the action on it. Soaring levels of debt have led to the collapse of clubs like Bury and Macclesfield, and that's an experience shared by so many fans in communities up and down the country, devastated by the demise of their beloved clubs. And the debt problem is getting worse. Premier League clubs have reported staggering losses of over £1.2 billion over just the last 12 months. And in the Championship, figures are looking just as shocking, with Leicester losing £90 million in 2022-23. Fans of clubs like Everton and Reading are just sick of seeing them mismanaged through reckless decision-making of irresponsible owners. And just last week, the House heard of the pain of Torquay United fans. Their club entered into administration following years of flawed business plans. Unreliable owners who just don't have the interests of their clubs or its fans at their heart, prepared to play fast and loose with their finances and their futures, should be held accountable. And as a lifelong Pompey fan, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I feel their pain. After a series of disastrous owners, it took a fan-led buyout in 2012 to save our club, demonstrating that our fans were literally prepared to pay up in order to stay up, or in fact to stay afloat. Such was their dedication and their commitment. But the failure of English football's wealthiest clubs in the Premier League to agree a financial distribution deal is putting the fabric of our national game at risk. And this has just dragged on for far too long. It's been especially disappointing to see the Premier League spending time and money lobbying MPs and peers against this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, rather than lobbying its clubs to secure a fair deal for English football. Decisions are repeatedly being made in the interest of the top of the football pyramid without a thought for the vital ecosystem which generates its very lifeblood. Scrapping FA Cup replays may be welcome in some quarters, but it's once again a characteristically messy number, denying lower league sides that really all-important financial boost. We need a change of tactics. So I know fans across the country will welcome these plans to introduce a regulator and attempt to bring some stability to the game. That isn't to say, of course, that the new independent regulator will be the silver bullet that the government has sometimes presented it as. The problems faced by football are sometimes extensive and complex. There are still some areas where I would like to see some more clarification and further work on this bill as it progresses. I just want to talk through a couple of those now. Widening financial distribution across the football pyramid will, of course, be the ultimate test of this bill. Last year, our committee urged the Premier League and the EFL to urgently agree a new deal to redistribute a higher proportion of revenue throughout the football pyramid. We recommended that in the absence of this, the government should expedite its plans to establish the regulator with the power to mandate a solution, and I'm pleased to see the bill aims to address this by giving the independent regulator the backstop power to intervene in the distribution of broadcast revenue. But this is subject to certain thresholds being met and excludes, of course, the controversial parachute payments within the pot that we've already heard about. We need reassurance that the regulator has the teeth to trigger its own backstop powers and impose a fair settlement when and where it deems necessary and without any undue delay. We also need indication from the government as to how the regulator will curb the reckless spending of clubs trying to keep up with those in receipt of the parachute payments. Enhanced financial regulation across the football pyramid is really welcome. It will improve the resilience of clubs. It will encourage sensible financial decisions. It will ensure that risks are mitigated. However, given the regulator will not oversee regulations such as the Premier League's profitability and sustainability rules or the squad cost controls that are set to replace rules, the government needs to provide clarity on how both systems will work alongside each other and reassurance as to why it deemed it unsuitable for the regulator to take on this responsibility. When it comes to owners, I'm really pleased to see the regulator will establish a new strengthened owners and directors test to make the club's custodians, make sure they're suitable for the role. And I welcome that it confers enforcement powers on the independent regulator to protect clubs from harm that an irresponsible owner or officer might cause and to be able to remove them. But But we need further detail on what precisely happens to those clubs who do have an unsuitable owner removed. We need to understand how the regulator will remove another potential De Jong from Reading without compromising the future of the club and ultimately punishing its fans. I would be really grateful if the Minister could explain how the bill will safeguard those clubs who find themselves in the position of having no owner, no financial safety net to keep them going, and potentially no prospective buyers on the horizon. Of course, we've heard from members already that football is nothing without its fans, and I'm pleased to see the bill placing fan engagement requirements on clubs, requiring them to comply with heritage protections and the need to seek approval for the sale or relocation of their home ground. But the bill does not go quite as far as requiring fans to have a golden share, as recommended in the excellent fan-led review led by my honourable and real-life friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford. And at this point, I would be terribly amiss of me not to add my congratulations to her and the whole team of others who put an enormous amount of brilliant work into getting the bill to this stage. As the bill progresses, I want to be sure that it provides a way for fans to share their concerns about their club with the regulator and know that they won't be dismissed. The Culture, Media and Sport Committee has agreed to hold a pre-appointment hearing with the chair of the independent regulator once the government has a preferred candidate, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I expect that this will be one of the first questions that we will be asking them. So ultimately, there are two main questions that I want to see answered by this legislation. One, does it deliver for football and its fans? And two, to what extent would it actually prevent some of the distressing times clubs like Reading are currently undergoing? There is more to be done on this bill to ensure that it fully meets these aims and indeed the guidance that goes alongside it. We can't overlook the huge economic value, the sense of community cohesion and the moments of both local and national pride that football gives us, but nor can we ignore the vital importance of a football pyramid that delivers at every single level. I know that some, including the Premier League, for example, have concerns about unintended consequences, and that's why the Select Committee has written to them, giving them a chance to set out exactly what they would change, because there have been plenty of chances, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the sceptics to prove that this bill is not needed. And given it is one of the biggest overhauls in the history of English football, we must do it right. So I'd like to congratulate the Minister for getting this, particularly this Minister, for getting the bill to this stage. I look forward to his responses and what more can be done to secure a clear win. And, of course, just like Pompey, can we do it well before the end of the season?
I'm going to put a 7-minute time limit on, just to ensure that everybody gets as equal chance to speak as possible. Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the chair of the committee. Following the fan-led review by the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford in 2021, I spoke in the Westminster Hall debate through petition on this issue. As I said in that debate, and I will reiterate again, the current disparity between the rich and poor and the selfish nature of the elite clubs needs remedying, and this bill does not do justice to some of the issues she raised in her report, particularly with regard to grassroots football, women's football, anti-discrimination and equal opportunities, but I'm sure those issues will be followed in due course by later legislation sometime in the future. Football in this country has become a story of the haves and have-nots, and regulation is desperately needed to ensure the health and prosperity of the game across all levels, not just within the Premier League. I therefore welcome this bill and am supportive of the creation of a single independent football regulator. At a time when the game has become an international sporting juggernaut and a global commodity with revenues greater than ever before, the financial and long-term sustainability of the football pyramid has never been more at risk. Too many historic clubs are at a cliff's edge, about to fall off and face the fates of historic clubs like Bury, which has disappeared, and those like Bolton and Wigan and others that have struggled since. This is why new legislation is crucial. Fans need a greater voice in the running of their clubs, and there needs to be a better means test for owners and directors to ensure fiscal sustainability and to root out financial mismanagement, which has plagued too many clubs, whether from foreign investors or domestic owners who have done the same thing. An independent football regulator should ensure that English football continues to serve the interests of regulated clubs while also contributing to the economic and social well-being of the local communities of those associated regulated clubs. Yet a regulator should be a watchdog, and a watchdog without any teeth will not be much of a regulator. This is why it is essential that the regulator has the powers to do its job properly. The financial gap between the Premier League and EFL has reached a critical point. 30 years ago, EFL revenues were 75% of the Premier League's. Today, they are just 6%. The gap then was 11 million, now it is £3 billion. At this pace, the football pyramid is untenable, and the financial gulf between the two leagues and across all levels continues to worsen. There is no question that there is enough money in the collective pot to achieve sustainability at all levels if the game's revenue is distributed in the right way and fair way, coupled with proper governance and organisation. As it stands, the Premier League continues to rule the roost when it comes to English football. Yet some clubs at the top flight have shown that they are incapable of self-regulation. One only needs to look at some recent financial breaches to see firsthand that the Premier League is not in a position nowadays to self-govern and regulate the sport when they struggle to keep their own house in order. Some have instead reaped the financial rewards without showing any concern or desire to preserve the health of the sports outside of their own needs and ecosystem. Only an independent regulator will be able to provide proper oversight and regulate clubs' behaviours and intervene where necessary to ensure that they act responsibly. The bill also gives targeted backstop powers to allow the regulator to step in with regards to the allocation of broadcasting revenue between the Premier League and the rest of the football pyramid if needed. On the face of it, this is fine, but under this process, the relevant specified competition organisers, i.e. the Premier League and the Football League, are required to enter into a period of mediation about the distribution of relevant revenue received by one of them, and if they are unable to reach an agreement, the independent regulator may make an order as to the distribution of that relevant revenue. However, with the bill as drafted, this does not apply to certain circumstances where relevant revenue, as referred to in the bill in Part 6, Clause 55(2)b, does not include parachute payments, which are defined as payments made directly to newly regulated clubs. As has been mentioned earlier, this cannot be fair and deliberately excludes the Football League from making its case that the parachute payments are disadvantaging and distorting the revenues of Championship clubs as a whole. The payments are not just a parachute meant for a soft landing, they are a ladder back to the Premier League for most of those clubs that have already been relegated. Now you can see this with the Championship division at the moment, where Leicester City, Leeds United, Southampton and Norwich City occupy the 4 of the top 6 places and top 6 spots in the division. Incidentally, Norwich have been relegated 6 times from the Premier League since it was formed in 1992. So that exposes the fact that the payments are a ladder back to the Premier League to the disadvantage of others elsewhere in the Championship division. Preston North End, my local club in my local constituency, which has its own place in history as a founding member of the Football League, joins me in believing that the regulator is the only option which should be to underpin both sustainability and competitiveness within the final distribution of the football pyramid. Preston are sitting in 10th place in the Championship League table as we speak. It is a club who have never played in the Premier League. They are the only former top-flight First Division champions who have never played in the Premier League and has a wage bill in the region of £16 million. How can they compete against the likes of Southampton, which were relegated in 2023 and has an approximate £88 million wage bill? That's something like 6 or 7 times. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a lifelong football fan, I believe this House not only has the opportunity, but more importantly, the obligation to create much-needed reform in the game and create a transformative bill that safeguards all clubs for decades to come.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Government's plans today, though I do so as someone who, up until fairly recently, has had considerable reservations. It took some time for me to come round to accept the fact that we should have a regulator. And on balance, I think it's the right thing to do, as long as it's done in a limited and careful way. I've asked myself, do we really want a government-appointed regulator to oversee our national sport, or indeed any sport? Will other regulators follow? Will there be mission creep? Very probably. Will the government of the day get the blame for the decisions of the regulator? Almost certainly. That said, we must ensure that our clubs, which are much valued parts of many of our local communities, continue. It's undeniable to fans who have loved football for as long as I have that the game has changed since it became truly commercialised in the 1980s and particularly in the 90s with the arrival of the Premier League. The scale, particularly when considering the money involved, is also almost too difficult to comprehend. Given this trend, the type of individuals and organisations we see taking ownership of clubs has changed dramatically. As the game has become more truly a global phenomenon, some owners have become somewhat detached, to say the least, from their club's supporters, which, as fans know, is one of the biggest mistakes any owner can make. We saw this with the proposals for the Euro Super League. Not that that concerned a Grimsby Town fan such as me, but we need to preserve the pyramid that ensures the Grimsby Towns of this world, and their Blundell Park ground is actually in the Cleethorpes constituency, but we do need to ensure that they are allowed to continue. I'll break off from the bill and just have my say on the replay issue, seeing as it would be remiss of me not to. The magic of the Cup, to me, goes back many years. I can remember, as I'm sure one or two other members can, when the draw was always at lunchtime on a Monday, and the BBC football correspondent Brian Butler was in hushed voices would hear the rattle of the balls and the numbers coming out. Replays are part of the magic in the same way as the cup draw is, and we hear much about the game between Coventry and Man United on Sunday. That it was decided by penalties is rather sad. Wouldn't it be great if they were playing a game on Wednesday evening or whenever? Anyway, these perverse incentives in modern football structures can lead to poor governance and unstable clubs. Many clubs are now making regular losses and borrowing at debt levels that they cannot afford. These are not the indicators of healthy sport and only serves to make clubs financially vulnerable, worsening the environment they operate in and creating uncertainty for fans. As Kevin Miles, the FSA's chief executive, said, the government's proposals represent a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reset the finance and regulation of football. As I mentioned at the start of my comments, I approach this with some reservations, but having studied the government's proposals, I think they have struck a fine balance between the benefits and potential costs of introducing such a regulator. Mind you, I'm sure there will be some changes as the bill goes through committee, perhaps minor, perhaps, but the main thrust of the bill, as I say, I now support. The government, I think, on balance, has been careful in its approach to how it intends to regulate to ensure that it will be proportionate to individual circumstances of the clubs, according to factors such as league club size, financial health. By empowering the regulator with a narrow focus, we can prevent overreach while ensuring that clubs remain financially stable. I welcome the fact that the regulators' powers to ensure financial sustainability through redistribution of broadcast revenue, for example, will only be applied in extremis. Fans are highly attached to their club's image, whether that can be the name, the badge, the colours, etc. Therefore, I believe it's welcome that owners will have to be consulted on those sort of changes. It was mentioned earlier that the incident at Hull City a few years ago when the owner tried to change the name and so on, which certainly did not go down well with fans. That was just one element of the controversial in the Allen family's ownership of the club, with a frequent trend being the owner's inability and traditions, which are so important to fans. As the Secretary of State said, and she actually came to Blundell Park, Cleethorpes, to launch the policy, which is only right given the true status of Grimsby Town, who thankfully have saved relegation to the National League yet again. But it's, the Secretary of State rightly noted that football is nothing without its fans, and I applaud her determination and my honourable friend, the Sports Ministers, that they intend to put fans back at the heart of the game. The government's proposed regulator will ensure the sustainability of our nation's favourite sport and the connection to fans is maintained, while not changing the fundamentals of the game itself. On that basis, I'm happy to support the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Rupa Hart.
I welcome this bill, building on the excellent fan-led review by the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford. There's much to welcome here, giving fans more of a say in how clubs are run, the wider Premier League redistribution of broadcast revenues. What's not to like? The core of the bill is financial stability, and we do need an independent regulator to stand up for the interests of smaller clubs and the EFL against globalisation, not just Americanisation, but oligarchs and sports washing. So I welcome this bill. But of the Crouch recommendations, the government has opted out of action on equality, diversity and inclusion, regrettably, I think. Against a backdrop of Bury going under, a pandemic no one predicted, and the spectre of the European Super League thwarted for now, it's notable that actually, since 1992, 16 clubs have gone into administration. How much will this bill address? Too late for Bury. Will Reading, on the brink of extinction, be next? We do need a regulator with appropriate teeth to take away licences from rogue owners, those venture capitalists who think about balance sheets, asset stripping and destroying clubs, who think about profit margins, because football clubs are so much more than simply businesses. I know it from the work done locally by QPR and Brentford, and the email I got from Professor David Gilbert of Ealing. He describes how his family have been Reading fans since 1871, and he tells me how Di Young is not cooperating with any of the fines, the salaries. He's destroyed clubs in China and Belgium. After the pitch invasion against Port Vale, he describes, I was at the match and the protests that led to the abandonment. I was watching from seats my late mother and brother watched from until they died. My grandfather supported in the 20s. I've been going to since 1969. That experience is not atypical of supporters in many towns and communities across the country who have little or no say in the fate of their clubs. It may be saved because I think there is an American bid at the moment. But look, this is a perfect case study or a textbook example in the future of how we do need more protections because of the collective social and cultural heritage of our clubs. Yet the relationship between the EPL, EFL, the distorting effect of parachute payments that have massively unbalanced the beautiful game are not addressed here, despite the fact there are clauses on regulatory powers to force a financial redistribution of revenue. It seems to only think of broadcast revenue. And it would be easy to knock the Premier League, their hospitality to MPs. They're in here late last night, whining and dining people. Their attempts to push the free market. But I have to say, in recent years, our clubs have done us proud in Europe. 2019, 2021, 2023, an All-England final. They have sort of changed the reputation from the 1980s when I first remember football. It was synonymous with fans behaving badly, racism, hooliganism, violence. They've cleaned up the act there. All those things, soft power, tourism. But I worry that the value of the FA Cup, which used to be such a big thing, is being lost with all these European competitions. And we need some sort of transparency and consistency, a clear system on points deductions. Why Everton falling foul repeatedly, not Man City? Why the mismatch between different systems, different leagues? So I welcome the focus in this bill on the football pyramid, which often seems, as Diana Ross would say, upside down. We know that, what is it? I think my son gave me a figure. 1.7 million a day generated by Man United, but it's not finding its way down the bottom of the pyramid. And as the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford said, Chapter 6 of her review, we need to improve equality, diversity and inclusion with EDI action plans regularly addressed by the regulator. Completely missing from here. We know that there are gaps in leadership, ownership, management, and who would benefit from this? Players, parents, referees. We know the figures speak for themselves. The higher you go up, the boardrooms are almost all sort of white male preserved. We know that women's football is increasingly expanding. Social class could be an issue we looked at as well. How else are we going to kick it out, as the anti-racism charity is called? Even from a business point of view, every other sector, civil service, local government, banks, wherever you go, EDI is central. Shouldn't be seen as an add-on with this patchwork of different systems and plans. We need a level playing field on this one. And again, there's figures from Kicking Out of how racism, misogyny, offline, online, they're all up. So we need a proper regulatory framework for these. I feel we have missed a trick. Also, the word fan in this 140-page bill appears only 16 times. It has stopped short of the golden share veto power that the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford recommended. This is fundamentally about finance, but we've heard about the ending of FA Cup replays. Brentford, locally, they did well out of this a few years ago. Now they're in the Premier League. They're all for banning replays. This needs addressing because it's a big financial incentive to the smaller clubs. There will be resistance to change. And there is this issue of top teams in tournaments. It's a problem. Let's not kid ourselves that the FIFA Club World Cup expansion doesn't have Super League-style motives at its heart. So although that's gone, I think it's trying to come back in disguise. Also, the proposed Champions League reforms, I know they're rejected for now, but let us be wary of all these things. There'll be resistance to change, but we do need a truly independent regulator, as the Football Supporters Association tell us. I welcome this bill, but there is a missing bit. When you have Joey Barton on women pundits or saying they should be banned from ITV, John Yems, the awful things he said, the N-word, curry munchers. Anyway, look, I welcome this, but there is a bit missing, and I'd like to say the Sports Minister is excellent on this. He went to Qatar with a rainbow armband. Maybe he can tell us in his summing up what he'll do to address this.
Sara Britcliffe.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly refer the House to my register of interests? I want to just put on record, firstly, how proud I am of how hard the Minister has worked on this bill. He's an absolute credit to this government for what he's done here. And I think the recent events around changes to the FA Cup show just how pressing this football governance bill and the establishment of the independent regulator is. As we consider the implications and potential of this legislation, it's crucial that we approach the task with urgency, recognising how important this is for football clubs up and down our country, because football's not just a game in our country, it's woven into the fabric of all of our communities. The clubs that dot our landscape, from the grand stadiums of the Premier League to the intimate grounds of the lower divisions, serve not just as teams to support, but as community hubs and sources of local pride. Yet despite the critical role that these clubs play, the sustainability of the football pyramid is under significant threat. And the crux of the issues lies in the financial disparities that have grown ever starker over the decades. The Premier League, whilst a global success, has seen its finances might grow exponentially, far outpacing the rest of the pyramid. This imbalance is not merely a matter of elite success, but a structural issue that endangers the viability of clubs across all levels. Today, EFL clubs operate at a massive loss, collectively losing £471 million during 2022 to 2023 season alone. The establishment of an independent regulator, as proposed in this bill, is a measure long overdue. This regulator would have the authority not just to oversee, but to intervene and correct the course, ensuring that financial sustainability is not a mere aspiration, but a reality. It would have powers to impose financial solutions that ensure the viability of clubs, reflecting the needs of community clubs across England. We must also address the need for fair distribution of revenues. As it stands, the financial gulf between the Premier League and the EFL has become a chasm. Reforms in revenue sharing and financial regulations are necessary to prevent smaller clubs from financial catastrophe when they fall from the Premier League or attempt to compete without adequate support. In supporting the Football Governance Bill, we are acting to preserve the soul of football in England. This is about more than business. It's about ensuring the joy, excitement and community spirit that football brings are not lost to financial mismanagement and unchecked commercial appetites. This bill presents an opportunity to reform our football pyramid to be both competitive and sustainable. It ensures that clubs can continue to thrive for the benefit of their fans, local communities and our national game. It aligns with the recommendations of the fan-led review and responds to the clear need for greater fairness and foresight in our approach to football governance. And it would be remiss of me if I did not mention my local club, Accrington Stanley, which is one of the 12 founding members of the Football League. And whilst they are famous for the famous milk advert, what people will also remember is Accrington Stanley in 1962 had to resign their positions from the Football League and subsequently went into liquidation in 1966. And that was uncommon then, but unfortunately now we are seeing this happen with many of our clubs. I've spoken to the owner of my club, Andy Holt, more times than I wish over this legislation, and he's clear, as am I, that if we are to protect clubs lower down the leagues, give them a level playing field, but also provide clubs the spaces to invest in their communities, whether it be through investment in facilities or working with children and young people, this legislation is required. And I want to just talk briefly there about the suggestion from my honourable friend for Chatham and Aylesford about redistributing the fines to grassroots communities. I think that is a very good idea. I've seen the impact Accrington Stanley have locally. The club brings, it really is the heart of the community. It brings the community together, and I hate to think of the counterfactual where it was no longer viable for the club to continue serving my constituency in the way it does. So therefore, can I urge my fellow members to support this bill to stand for fairness, sustainability and the long-term health of English football. Let us ensure that the game we love is protected for future generations, not just as a spectacle of sport, but as a cornerstone of the communities that we serve.
Matt Rodda.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak today. May I also thank the Secretary of State, the Minister, my honourable friend, the member for Bracknell, who's been a superb campaigner for Reading Football Club, and other members from across the House. Broadly speaking, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to welcome this bill. Before I speak fully, I would like to pay tribute to our wonderful club, Reading Football Club, to its players and to its fans. Reading's men's and women's teams were both relegated last year, and as has been referred to earlier, that is through no fault of their own. The crisis at the club was due entirely to financial mismanagement by the current owner, Mr Dai Yong. Despite being relegated, and with the risk of further relegation or worse hanging over them, players and fans have battled through and we believe, we hope, have sustained the future of the club. Thankfully, Mr Yong now appears to be selling the club, and we hope that a brighter future lies ahead. And I hope that this bill will ensure that other clubs do not have to face what Reading has been through, and that football can move on to a brighter future. Mr Deputy Speaker, however, Mr Young, I beg your pardon, when we were in the Championship, Mr Young started his period as the owner of the club by investing in the club's future. However, his behaviour changed over time, and the story we faced was one of a failure to pay wages and indeed national insurance. This led to a series of winding up petitions from HMRC and ultimately to 16 points being deducted. And this, rather than anything that happened on the pitch, was what was determining the situation at Reading. And this season, the financial problems have continued. Further points deductions, unfortunately, have been made, although I would like to point out they have been suspended, and we're grateful to the EFL for that decision. In an incredible effort, players have battled hard and avoided relegation from League One, and we hope have secured the future of the club. Mr Deputy Speaker, however, the pressure on players and fans, and indeed the whole town, has been absolutely awful. We have been through, and are still going through, the worst crisis in our club's history. And Reading Football Club was founded in 1871. It's one of the oldest members of the Football League. And its proud history includes scoring the highest points in the Championship, 106 points, having 3 seasons in the Premiership, and indeed a glorious series of cup runs, including winning the Simod Cup in the 1980s and a series of impressive FA Cup runs. During this period of great difficulty, emotions have run very high. 1,400 people, including the Honourable Member for Bracknell and myself, joined a march to the stadium in October, and there have been numerous other protests. Fans quite simply want their Reading back, and I would encourage Mr Dye to speed up the sale. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, we must ensure that what happened at Reading never happens again. We need a better test for owners and a better assessment of club finances, as was mentioned earlier. And above all, we need to make sure that clubs, players and fans aren't penalised for the actions of owners, however irresponsible those owners are. So I do have some questions for the Minister and Secretary of State. So while I welcome the bill, I would like to ask for far more detail, and I hope we'll explore this in the committee stage, on a number of key areas, in particular on the tests for owners and directors, on the assessment of financial resilience, on the oversight of financial plans, and on the protection of grounds, which is another potential problem which may face us, and indeed on training grounds. There's been an issue in our case where the sale might separate the training ground from the ground, which has caused a great deal of concern, and hopefully now it's being resolved. So I hope that the Minister will address some of these in his speech when he winds up, but also they will be explored more fully at the committee stage in the bill. I do believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this bill is a real opportunity for English football and indeed football in Wales as well, and I hope that we can all look forward to a brighter future for all our football clubs, and in particular for our club in Reading. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Ingrained. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a particular pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman from Reading East, as I have been watching Reading from 1965, and the last 2 years have been as miserable a time as any, even if sporting Reading is often thick and quite a lot of thin. Like everyone else around the House, I welcome the eventual arrival of the bill. I pay tribute to ministers for finally getting to this point, and thank my honourable friend for Chatham and Aylesford for her work on the fan-led review. Much of this bill is welcome and necessary, but it is worth putting in historical context as well, because I grew up, as I say, watching football in the 60s, 70s and 80s when it was terrible. It was, as is described at the time, a slum game in slum facilities. Grounds were crumbling, the fan experience was terrible, there was a huge amount of violence, and because some football fans did behave like animals, all football fans were treated like animals, and it was altogether miserable. Yet today, the top end of football is regarded around the world as one of the best things about this country. I remember a former tourism minister telling me that the 3 things that made people want to come to Britain and like Britain were the royal family, the BBC and Premier League football. And so I think it's important to put the various perhaps legitimate criticisms of things that happen in football in that context. The Premier League has done some great things for English football, but this bill comes from a fan-led review, and the overall effect of every proposal should be, does it serve the interest of fans, and fans at all levels of the game? And that's why we need an independent regulator, because the leagues, and therefore the clubs, can't be trusted to regulate themselves. That sounds... Certainly.
My right honourable friend and I were both there in 2006 when Reading won the championship, putting 4 past Derby, and what a moment that was. But I don't know if you'd agree with me. I think the current players and the manager are doing a cracking job just to keep the club alive. And
absolutely echo that actually the fans and the players and the staff have formed a bond of survival against Die Young. And that shows the strength of feeling that fans of all clubs have for their club. And that's what we want to enhance. There have been debacles, the European Super League, and the increasing number. It's not just Reading. Reading featured a lot in this debate because they're the latest example, but fans of other clubs have suffered as well. And what we hope is that no fans will have to suffer in the way that we've suffered in the future. So the question for the bill is, will it be effective in practice? The heart of the bill, one of the hearts of the bill, is the financial distribution. How do you distribute the enormous sums generated by the Premier League without killing that golden goose? And it's a difficult balancing act. The regulator cannot just be a panacea. The regulator, him or herself, will have to be both tough and smart. So there are specific questions that need addressing. First of all, whether the backstop powers are sufficient. In the end, the regulator has to choose between a Premier League offer and an EFL demand. There's certainly an argument to be had about whether the regulator should have powers to make its own settlement and to possibly involve other bodies in deciding on what that settlement should be. We've had a debate about parachute payments in the course of this debate, and I confess I am still slightly confused as to the exact what the government's attitude is and desire is about those parachute payments. But they are the absolute key as to why the Championship is a very skewed league. I've been looking at figures provided by Fair Game, a very good lobbying group. And currently, for every £1,000 of the broadcasting deal, £882 goes to the Premier League, each Premier League club, £73.48 to Championship clubs in receipt of parachute payments, and £32.85 to Championship clubs not in receipt of parachute payments. So more than twice as much goes to the clubs with parachute payments as the clubs without parachute payments. That's how you get a skewed league. And that doesn't reflect that the great disparity between the Premier League payment, which you may say is far enough, they're the ones attracting the broadcasting money, and the Championship payment doesn't reflect the actual attendance of fans. Because if you look at the fans, for every 1,000 people attending a football match in the 22-23 season, 497 people were at a Premier League match and 234 at a Championship match. So the crowds were just under half in the Championship, but the distribution of money is 10 times as much, more than 10 times as much, going to the Premier League. So it's not actually reflecting what the fans are doing. And the next question is, how do you solve the problem of owners like Reading, a reckless owner, one who's immune to sanctions because he's not in this country? He can spend money, break the rules, incur the penalties, lose his interest, goes away. The only penalty left, because he's ignoring the financial penalty, are points deductions. I think I agree with the EFL on parachute payments, but I think, frankly, they've been a bit of a chocolate teapot when it comes to protecting Reading's interest. All they've ended up doing are the points deductions, which just punish the fans. So what in the bill, I ask, would help that? Firstly, I think the licensing regime would, because clearly a competent regulator would not let someone like Die Young own a football club in the first place, even though the EFL did. But there still remains the question of what happens if the circumstances of an owner change, if the owner loses a huge sum of money and can't afford to support the club anymore, or just loses interest, or maybe dies and the family or the business associates, whoever take over, don't care about the club. What happens then? I would make one suggestion to ministers, which would involve only a small tweak to the bill, which is that clause 52 of the bill allows the regulator to levy money from every licensed club. Why shan't some of that levy money be used to set up a survival fund so that the regulator can, over the few months when you need to find a new owner, if you have a completely reckless owner who is walking away, leaving a club to go out of business, as Die Young has done in 2 other countries with football clubs, if you had a survival fund, then things like the national insurance that hasn't been paid at Reading, or the wages that weren't paid for a couple of months, could be paid. I accept this wouldn't be a long-term solution, but actually having a short-term solution would make a huge difference. And since this bill already sets up the possibility of a levy, I would suggest extending the possible uses of that levy so we can set up this survival fund. So if something like this does happen again, the new system of regulation will actually explicitly be able to cope with it. I think the introduction of this bill does mark a big step forward, and I hope the bill survives largely intact. But there are, as I say, and others have said, improvements to be made. And I would urge ministers at all times to keep the interests of fans at the front of their consideration, because in the end, without the fans, there's no point to professional sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest, I guess, as a lifelong Blackburn Rovers fan, a supporter of Kendal Town Football Club in the North West Counties. I'm now beginning to fear that one day we might end up playing each other at this rate. And to prove that football is more about uniting us than dividing us, I've accidentally worn claret and blue today as a nod to our dear friends Burnley. I was at Grange Primary School last week, and a bright Year 5 lad asked me, he said, Tim, what sport do you enjoy the most? And I nearly said football. I realised I don't enjoy football at all. It makes me completely frustrated and miserable, but it does rule my life and occupy most of my waking moments. And it is a hugely important thing. It binds and it creates communities, it creates experiences, shared experiences. It helps to build what it is to be English, what it is to be British. So I am a thoroughly proud football fan. I love the game, I love the support, the sport, and want to stand in solidarity with all other football fans, even of teams that I don't approve of, shall we say. I want to pay tribute, she's back in her place, to the Right Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford and the fan-led review, which has underpinned what we are looking at today, and say that I absolutely, and my party absolutely, welcome the principles behind the bill and the independent regulator. We acknowledge that football is absolutely integral to our culture, but that also the whole pyramid is vital to the game. I'm going to quote Michael O'Neill, who is the chairman of Kendal Town Football Club, unpaid role, wonderful club doing incredibly well at the moment, and he says the top of the pyramid would not exist without the foundations. He's absolutely right. And the foundations don't just include the clubs lower down the pyramid, it's the youth game, it's the Westmorland FA, for example. It's what that does for young people, building mental health, supporting mental health, building resilience, teamwork, and creating community. So just we go through the bill briefly. Part 3 on licensing, I'm supportive of this. It's an important moment to do some redistribution, though, as we take a proportionate share from each of the clubs to make sure we fund the additional requirements of meeting the licensing. Part 4, we heard about owners and directors, and in particular supporters of Reading, and I want to express my solidarity with them. We think of Di Young and what he has done to that club and to that community. Not yet so awful, but just watch this space. Venky's who own the Rovers. Blackburn Rovers are in limbo at the moment. The question is whether or not we are a going concern due to the owner's plight in the Indian courts. We have to ask ourselves the extent to which this part of the bill will give power to the regulator to deal with the Di Youngs and the Venky's of this world, to make them to put up, pay up, or indeed sell up. Nothing more underlines the powerlessness of the fans than situations like these, and fans of Bury and Bolton, for example, would also, and Hull City and Cardiff City as well, would, I know, concur. Part 5, the duty on clubs, competitions and organisers. I'm going to mention replays. I'm going to put an amendment to this bill, if I am permitted, to bring back the replays, but also in the FA Cup, but also to restructure things so that all competing teams get an equal vote in deciding the organisation and rules of the FA Cup. It's an absolute outrage, and nothing more underlines the arrogance and complacency of the Premier League in thinking they can dictate to the rest of the league and the non-league how this glorious and almost ancient competition will be. So if my amendment is successful, they might get away with 1 year of no replays. We'll get them back the year afterwards when the whole of the footballing establishment actually gets a vote. But my main concern is on part 6. I'm not going to go every section of the bill, but the power powers of last resort, we only have partial financial oversight. And I'm deeply concerned about this, because here is where football fans will feel a sense, and do feel a sense of disappointment, and the government has been a little weak here. It feels like the government has listened to the powerful few and not the clubs, the fans and the volunteers. The financial powers seem to be all about being restricted to simply being a mediator between the Premier League and the English Football League, and actually the Premier League and the Championship when all said and done. The Right Honourable Member for Ashford has talked about some of the financial division. Let's just have the allocation. Every £1,000 received in broadcast revenue, £882 goes to Premier League clubs. £32 go to Championship clubs. £32 is about enough for Blackburn Rovers to have another pair of goalkeeping gloves, and by golly, we could do with them. But if you go down, 15 pence to National League North clubs, and a fat zero to anything below the National League. If the pyramid is important, then the foundations are important. And I want the regulator to have the power to make sure the Premier League and the Championship do not hog all the money, and they distribute properly and effectively down the divisions. I want to pay tribute again to Kendal Town Football Club, but they speak for and represent so many other non-league clubs. The mighty Mint Cakes, as we are known. 500 people coming a week to watch a great team managed by Jimmy Marshall. Everybody at that club, everybody is a volunteer. And what good could be done by a relatively small amount of redistribution of that money down to that level? They've hosted 12 cup finals of various kinds at the Parkside Road ground this year. £8,000 it cost them to maintain that ground. They get nothing for it. A fairer deal is absolutely essential, and fair financial flow is the thing that I think this bill is so far weakest on, and it's important the government gets it right beyond second reading. At a time when the division between the divisions has never been greater, I think it's worth paying a bit of attention again to the parachute payments. Though there is a widening in not just the quality, but the widening in resource between the Premier League and the Championship, Championship and League 1, League 2, and the National League. And that reduces competition, it entrenches privilege, and it squashes ambition. And one key driver, maybe the key driver to this division, certainly the top end of the tables, is the parachute payment, a completely unjustifiable disgrace. The greatest financial distortion in the game. And this bill ducks that distortion. And every football fan has noticed that the government has ducked that distortion. And therefore people are deeply sceptical about whether the government is serious about fairness in the game, or whether I'm happy to give way to a North Ender.
The government has not only ducked this issue, it would seem that the bill itself contains something explicit which precludes a discussion of parachute payments when it comes to the regulator's powers.
The Honourable Gentleman makes a really important point, and I agree with him. And that's why that does explicitly need to be mentioned on the face of the bill, and we need to recognise that those people who are sceptical about whether the government is serious about it, as serious as the Right Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford clearly is, that's one of the areas where they can allay our fears. Has the government got the interest of the fans at heart? Will they do stuff that is difficult and challenging for those people at the top of the game, or will they have just listened to lobbyists rather than the fans? Look, in closing, Blackburn Rovers were owned by the greatest owner of any football club ever, Jack Walker. We said we don't want billionaires in the game. We'll have people like that any day of the week, not just the Rovers but anywhere else. A man who loved his club and loved his town and made a massive, massive difference. Today we are owned by Venky's. It is alleged that the Venky's believed when they took on Blackburn Rovers in the Premier League that it was impossible to lose your Premier League status. They didn't realise that you could go down. Well, gutted though I am that we go down and got relegated, I'm nevertheless glad that the Venky's were wrong. There should be movement between the divisions. There should be competition. There should be fairness. Football is for the fans, not just for the powerful few. Let's make sure this regulator, in its financial oversight, is able to ensure there's genuine fairness from the top and to the bottom. Thank you.
Smith.
It's quite an interesting debate for me, this one, when we talk about a football regulator, because in all honesty, when I first heard about it, I didn't really want one. I didn't believe in one from an ideological perspective, or why we need to regulate sports at all. I always thought the Football Association should be doing this, but I think we've seen certainly in recent weeks, but really over quite sustained period of time, that they simply have not done their job with this. Whether that's the Football Association, the Premier League, the EFL and so on. And that is why I think today we've got some proposals that actually I feel that I can certainly support, and I think that strike actually a very good balance. And I pay tribute to the Minister for the work he's done on that, and the Honourable Member who did such a fantastic report in the first place here. So talking of the FA Cup, I'm another one of those who's very angry that the replays have been scrapped. I remember growing up and you always used to dream of lifting the FA Cup at Wembley, and you'd watch them in the morning with the buses arriving, and it was a whole day event. You'd have the terrible cup final songs, you'd have the story of the non-league clubs in the early rounds. That's what it's all about, really. And I think the diminishing pull of the FA Cup for many of the teams at the top, I think, has been very sad over the years, but it's still very special for many of our smaller clubs. And we just heard about Kendal Town. We have Worksop Town in my constituency. They made the first round of the FA Cup for the first time in a very long time this season. They played Stockport County in the first round and did manage to get an equaliser. They let a few more goals in after that, unfortunately, and never got the replay. But that was a special moment, and that is something that many people will remember for the rest of their lives. So I don't get some stick, I will mention the other football clubs in my constituency, so I don't get a lot of angry emails. So we're also very proud to have Retford United, Retford FC, Harworth Colliery and SJR Worksop as well. In terms of licensing agreements for clubs, I think I'm hoping that these are not too onerous. They don't place too much of an unfair burden, particularly on the smaller clubs. And it is those smaller clubs that I'm thinking of, the ones who maybe can't afford to employ those extra members of staff, or maybe will struggle with some of the extra bureaucracy. So I think giving them some time to do that, making sure we don't make any unreasonable demands, we don't have that mission creep, we don't have that almost public sector style equality, diversity targets and requirements and endless things that we don't actually need in football. So I'm very much in favour of this light touch regulation. And I don't want to be putting our teams at a competitive disadvantage to other teams in Europe. And as has been said, the Premier League does do a lot of wonderful things. I've been one of its harshest critics over the years in terms of, I think, as a Notts County fan. I can't see us ever winning the Premier League as it stands now. I mean, in fairness, we never won the old First Division either. In fact, we were, I think, we were the founder member of the Premier League when it first came to fruition. Yeah, so we're the only club that founder of the Premier League that has never actually been a member of the Premier League since Luton Town got back there. So I was heartened to hear what the Secretary of State has actually been saying today. We've had the situation with Gateshead this week, who very sadly haven't been able to take part in the National League playoffs, and we look at some of the requirements of the EFL. Now, this has been going on for many, many years. I've remembered when you've had champions of the conference who've been told that they cannot get promoted, and this is it's happened for many years. Sutton United, who went up not too long ago, had a very, very sustainable business model with a 3G pitch, and they weren't allowed to go up with that. I think they spent about £500,000 getting rid of that. They're second from bottom at the moment and may go back there. Yet at the same time, we will have teams playing on artificial pitches, and I think there is a bit of a competition issue that's there. Worksop Town actually had one of these pitches. It's really, really helped locally in terms of making the club sustainable. So I think where we actually can help here is that we actually talk about that competition issue. We have better relationships between the Premier League, the EFL and the National League, and that is something I think a regulator can really, really make a good contribution to. It wouldn't be the first time government has stepped in. I remember the Taylor report at the time, and what we did with Stadia has been a huge improvement in safety, in attendances have gone up. Bring your family without some of the fear that used to be there in the 1980s. But as a Notts County fan, I suppose I did have a bit of an interest in the 3 up, 3 down from the National League, as we did spend 4 years in there, so I will declare a bit of an interest. Likewise on the fit and proper test, we've also been victim in the past where the fit and proper test simply has not been fit and proper itself, and we've ended up with owners who've not had the best wishes of the club at heart. Thankfully we have excellent owners now, but this is the kind of thing that we can help them to get right. What we don't want, of course, we don't want the mission creep. We don't want to be interfering with things about VAR or things to do with players or fiddling with the club. We're not there to be micromanagers. And I think that would be a terrible shame if that did happen. Also, I'm glad the Secretary of State mentioned about excessive costs, trying to avoid that, trying to make sure that this is very focused on what the mission of this bill is. And again, I think the balance is absolutely right on that. So I can congratulate the department on their work there. Likewise, football's not the banking industry. I know there are some things that we can actually take there as lessons, but this is an act about football, and we need to keep it about football, and we need to realise the unique position of football in our society. Likewise, we are not Germany. Our leagues are much deeper. We have more of them. The ownership structures are very difficult. So I think it would be wrong to copy another model there. Also, involving fans. Great, I was a member of a supporters trust. Again, supporters trust around Notts County. I think, again, Stockport, I think, is another great example of where you had a supporters trust. Supporters generally don't always have the finances, and sometimes that can cause its own problems. But I think I will finish, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think I will quote one of Ronald Reagan's most famous quotes. He said the most terrifying words in the English language were, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Well, I think in this case we don't need to be terrified. These are very sensible proposals. I'm looking forward to it progressing. I'm looking forward to hearing a bit more about them, but certainly from what I can see, I think this is positive for the game, and I congratulate the Minister for that today.
Jeff Smith.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to do something I'm unaccustomed to do, which is to warmly welcome a piece of government legislation. Two things I should do at the outset. Declare an interest as a season ticket holder at and a lifelong supporter of Manchester City, the world champions. And just, not for the first time, congratulate the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford, not just for her excellent speech, which I agreed with every word of it, but because she really did, as a Secretary of State said, lay the foundations for this bill, and we're all very grateful to her. Football brings communities together, but for too long decisions affecting our game have been made without reference to those communities and to the fans without whom football would be nothing. And without regard to the long-term interests of individual clubs in the wider game, and so historic clubs have collapsed because of the reckless actions of owners and the perverse incentives created by the pyramid's finances. And the longer we've waited for change, the more clubs have been brought to the brink. Football has been in need of reform for some time, and Labour has committed to that reform, so we're glad that this much delayed bill, has the potential to address this. I'm pleased it's here. I think it's mostly well thought through. I think the licensing regime and the regulator powers are mostly well framed and tightly drawn and very positive, and congratulate the Minister for his hard work on doing all this. We've heard a lot in recent weeks about the unintended threats to the Premier League. None of us, not a single one of us in this chamber, wants to threaten the sporting and economic success of the Premier League. I love watching Premier League football. I watch too much of it. It's the most exciting, high-quality league in the world. It's one of our great exports and cultural strengths. There is nothing in this bill that will jeopardise that success. We've heard what I think, in my view, is a fair amount of scaremongering in recent weeks about the unintended consequences of this bill, without really any evidence that I've seen. I'm frankly more concerned about the unintended consequences of the Premier League's financial success and consequent financial dominance. Clubs spending unsustainably to get into and stay in the Premier League. As we heard, EFL clubs lost £471 million collectively during the 22-23 season. EFL clubs gambling everything to get into the Premier League and failing and facing financial crisis as a result. All of this puts the sustainability of our teams and our game into jeopardy. And those are the unintended consequences that we should be worrying about, and which this bill can help address. In warmly welcoming the bill, I want to make a few comments about the areas where I think it can be improved and strengthened. The regulator's objective, rightly I think, to protect the financial soundness of clubs, to protect and promote the financial resilience of English football, and to safeguard the heritage of English football. Excellent. There was a reference in the White Paper to specifically protecting and promoting the financial resilience of the pyramid. Now, it might be that the phrase financial resilience of English football is enough, but I do wonder if maybe the Minister could explain why that reference that was in the White Paper it didn't make it into the bill. Regarding the proposed financial redistribution powers, it's important, obviously, that the regulator has backstop powers to intervene in financial distribution between the league where necessary, and it's a right that the regulator, and it's right rather that the regulator would be able to step into circumstances where the Premier League and the EFL can't agree a deal. In order for that to happen, that has to be initiated by one of those two parties, and the regulator makes the decision based on the proposals by each party. Now, that seems a reasonable enough system, but I do agree there's a question about whether the regulator should also have the power to put forward its own proposals if they're deemed to be beneficial to the football pyramid as a whole. And more specifically, back to this issue, I'm afraid, about the parachute payments. I really don't understand why parachute payments are specifically excluded from the scope of the regulator as they appear to be in the bill. We've heard a lot in the last few weeks about the amount of money that the Premier League gives to the rest of the EFL. According to the FSA, between 2019 and 2022, the Premier League shared £887 million by what termed core funding, but £663 million of that went to relegated clubs via parachute payments. And that's, as I understand it, 92% of the TV income went to 25 clubs, those in the Premier League plus those in receipt of parachute payments, and the other 67 clubs get just 8%. It's obvious, I think, that parachute payments are a significant distorting element of the system. And if you're going to have a dispute resolution mechanism between the two bodies, in my view, it's difficult to see how it works effectively when such a large chunk of the money for redistribution is excluded from that scope. And finally, on redistribution, I'd be pleased to see more possibility for the regulator to step in to determine further redistributions to grassroots football, to community spending, to women's football, to youth development, player pensions, those sorts of things. Not to be used without very careful consideration, but as a backstop provision for potential problems in the future. I'm running out of time, but I want to mention football fan engagement and decision-making powers. It's good to see the setting of a strong minimum standard for fan engagement as part of the thresholds for clubs getting a licence. The original fan-led review, of course, went further, a requirement for a golden share. I'm not suggesting that we have to have that, but I do think the minister, I would urge the minister to look again at those areas of the bill to ensure there really is meaningful fan consent on this issue, and so that clubs can actually demonstrate. If you're looking at regulated colours or home shirts or the ground, the fans really do have a significant say. And finally, some elements that are missing from the regulator's remit, which were recommended by the fan-led review. I personally think it's a missed opportunity that the government haven't taken on board the recommendation for a transfer levy to help redistribute resources. And it's also a disappointment that the requirement for club EDI action plans hasn't been progressed. I know that the government will say, I think, that that should be part of the annual licensing process. And I'd welcome a ministerial assurance that that will be specified during passage of the bill. Personally, I'd like to see some reference to environmental sustainability. We all need to play our part for the future of the planet. And I wonder whether the bill would benefit from further clarification just around what support is available if a club looks to be at risk of being unable to meet the conditions of a permanent licence. I have run out of time. I look forward to the passage of the bill. I hope the Minister will take on board the comments that we've seen today. This is an opportunity to put our football pyramid on a sustainable footing for years to come, and I look forward to supporting it this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is great to be able to actually contribute to this debate because, of course, in the Black Country they say we were built on coal and on metal, but we were also built on football as well. And I am straddled between the two clubs at the heart of the Black Country derby, mainly West Bromwich Albion and Wolverhampton Wanderers. And I think this is a really pertinent bill and a pertinent debate for my communities in the Black Country. We of course went through the absolute hell that was the situation surrounding West Bromwich Albion and its financial precariousness, where at one point they were having to borrow £20 million just to, as a quote, keep the lights on. And so an independent regulator stepping in this way to ensure that ultimately fans of cherished football clubs, cherished parts of the community, can keep that club and that entity there, can enable that sustainability, and can put these people, quite often they're behind the scenes, under the cosh and under scrutiny, is absolutely the right way forward. And I commend my honourable friend from Pudsey for the work that he's done on this bill, and indeed my honourable friend from Chatham and Aylesford, who's been an absolute champion in this space, and she should be so proud of what she's achieved through this. Is a real testament to her work. But Mr Deputy Speaker, I talk about this because I think we've covered a plethora of issues in this debate, not least around such things as obviously the football pyramid, and what I actually perceive at times as somewhat the inequity of the system that we've got. I deal a lot, as many members have talked about today, with fantastic grassroots football clubs, and sometimes I think the narrative and the discourse around this and on our need to regulation obviously sometimes comes from the top-down approach, and of course we've got to highlight the important work that particularly our Premier League clubs do, but let's not forget that actually the pipeline through to many of those football clubs is through grassroots football. First and foremost, that's where a lot of the players that we talk about, a lot of the people that become those stars and those talents come through from. And my fantastic local football clubs, such as Tipton Town Football Club in my constituency, share constantly the frustration that they're under at times, feeling that they're either ignored, left out, or put under ridiculous burdens in terms of what they have to meet, quite often without the resource that's there. I do want to, I think everyone's touched on this, I mean the replay issue, I would just say to my honourable friend the Minister, I mean to me this just seems again a complete kick in the teeth to people, particularly clubs that are further down the pyramid and clubs that rely on that revenue, you know, particularly clubs that are relying on getting people through the gate. Again, it just seems to me that, you know, the FA, you know, listening in their echo chamber, quite frankly, and I will absolutely be waiting on my friend.
The government has a tricky line to have independence to make sure it has UEFA and FIFA's rules to not have government interference. Does he believe, therefore, that when we have an instance like the FA replays, is there a role for government being able to ask for a reconsideration mechanism to bounce it back to the regulator for them to make a decision, say, have you potentially got this wrong, would you think again? Is that something he'd consider?
My honourable friend's almost asking for a replay of the replay, isn't he, really? That's sort of where the question is. I mean, I actually think the balance that he talks about there, and I get the point he's trying to make, this fine line argument between, on the one hand, as you say, as the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend says, not having government interference, but on the same time making the point quite strongly, as I think we've all seen, and we saw it through the FA's own survey. I think it was about 70% of fans said that they wanted to retain the replays. I think when you've got that level of public pressure on there is a role for government, I think, to facilitate that. I think that's the point my honourable friend's really hammering down on, is to facilitate the pressure on the FA. Obviously, ultimately, the FA's got to be independent in terms of what it does, but in terms of actually facilitating the pressure, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend in giving way. You know, I represent Gillingham, which has an amazing football club, the Gills, you know, who were in administration in 1995 and were bought for £1 by the then chairman Paul Scally, and now they're doing exceptionally well going up the league. But they're a small club, and they rely on FA replays. And if we're really passionate about supporting smaller clubs and ensuring the FA do the right thing in supporting smaller clubs, we need the government to work with the FA to make sure we get this right. We're seriously intending in supporting smaller football clubs in the community.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, because actually, just as much as his own club, you know, Tipton Town in my constituency, exactly the same, got through on FA replays and really benefited from that opportunity. And I think it's highlighted the strength of argument in this debate today, the fact that so many members have raised this and voiced their concerns in the way that my honourable friend so eloquently has. Mr Deputy Speaker, moving away from that issue, of course, I mean, looking at the bill operationally, I welcome the licensing regime. I think it's a pragmatic way to do things, the provisional licences and then obviously the permanent licences. I think what I would be interested to see within committee, and obviously I would imagine within the secondary legislation that will follow this on the detail, is what that looks like. Obviously I appreciate with primary legislation it's quite often the case that there are some flexibility and some gaps there to allow for there to be a more pragmatic approach, but I think it's very important that we ensure things, for example, like getting not so moving away from the licensing regime, but things, for example, like fan consent and fan support, how we actually build those structures to ensure that clubs are doing that properly, particularly when we're looking at things around moving stadiums, moving grounds. I think that's going to be a really important thing that we need to work with to ensure that when this is implemented, as is often the way with legislation such as this, it is done in a way where people cannot circumvent it and dodge the intentions of what the legislation seeks to achieve. But I also want to touch, if I may, in supporting this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the important community impact I think that so many members have highlighted today, because the core of this second reading debate, of course, is the principles behind the bill, the importance of the bill, the importance of what it seeks to achieve. And obviously, the club nearest to me, West Bromwich Albion, does fantastic community work through the Albion Foundation, and it was a pleasure to meet with them only a few weeks ago. And it was a pleasure to see that actually the legend that is Blind Dave Healy was awarded at the EFL Community Championships Award. Dave has raised £3 million on his own through the Albion Foundation to support people to get into sport, support vulnerable people in our communities. And I'm really proud to be supporting the Albion Foundation's 6-town strategy within Sandwell to reach out and to speak with communities who quite often are disconnected, but ensure that they can benefit from the positives of football as well. And this is the importance of this, because without that financial stability, which I think this bill does try to ensure through its regulatory structures and regimes we can really get to, organisations like the Albion Foundation would not be able to do the work that they do. And if I, again, Mr Deputy Speaker, just touch on the issues with West Bromwich Albion, we had a situation there where, quite frankly, the previous owner used the club like a piggy bank, quite frankly, borrowing money out of the club to take it elsewhere, and that's simply not on. It's an example of someone that doesn't love their club, doesn't have any investment in the or understanding of the emotional attachment that a community such as mine has towards their football club. And I think it's what this bill then does, particularly with its provisions, as I say, around the transparency provisions and stuff like that, is to try and obviously stop that. But of course, what we've also got to make sure is that our corporate governance structures that surround that as well work too, because we can't have shady or opaque ownership structures such as what we saw with West Bromwich Albion, I'm glad to say no more, that enabled a situation like this to occur. And I have to pay tribute to the fantastic Action for Albion group, who did amazing work in this space to highlight the issues that the club was going through and to fight tooth and nail. And I will say that it is down in many ways to the works such as what they've done that we were able to save the club and ensure its longevity for the future. And no politician can take credit for the work that Action for Albion did, because it was a truly community-led campaign to safeguard our club. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of the time I have remaining, and I'm conscious also not to be too repetitive. I think what I would just say is I've got a few asks for the Minister in sort of my closing remarks. I'm sure he's going to really appreciate them. But I'm just keen to ensure, we talk of this pyramid model, and I like to refer it almost like an aspirational model. Can he just ensure that, particularly as we build out some of the requirements, that we are not going to have a scenario where clubs further up the pyramid are going to have some sort of inbuilt advantage over clubs further down, particularly with some of the requirements around disclosure, some of the requirements around the paperwork requirements, because they can afford savvy lawyers that can try and get themselves around it. Clubs further down can't necessarily do that, and particularly if you are coming up through the leagues and having these this sort of meteoric rise of some clubs have had over recent years, we need to ensure there isn't that disparity there. Now, I appreciate there's financial provisions in place to do that, but we just need to make sure that there isn't too much of an onerous requirement on that. And as I've said, I highlight to the Minister the need to ensure that things such as consultation are meaningful and aren't just for the sake of it, and ensure that the structures are built in there. But I think I'd wind up my remarks by simply saying I support this bill. I think it's the right thing. I think for communities like mine in the Black Country, for whom football is at the heart of who they are, this is absolutely what they've been calling out for. It's now really imperative that as we build out from this, we make sure that operationally we get this right. And I absolutely commend my honourable friend for the work that he's done on this bill.
George Galloway.
The measure is necessary but woefully insufficient. The regulator is vitally necessary, but the idea that the danger is over-regulation is wholly misconceived. The danger is that the regulator will not have the power or the ambition to take on board even the excellent proposals brought forward in the fan-led inquiry led by the Right Honourable Lady opposite. Many times during the early part of the debate, it was said that football was a business. But to paraphrase Bill Shankly, it's much more important than that. I sat in the House of Commons Celtic Supporters Club, a surprisingly large and august institution in here, when the then chairman of the club repeatedly referred to us as customers. And I pointed out at the end, with all respect, sir, we're not customers. Customers shop around. If they don't like what's on your shelf, they'll go across the road and try someone else's. We are here because our fathers were here, and our sons, and thank God now our daughters, will be here for the very same reasons. And speaker after speaker have adumbrated the local cases of their own football clubs and the centrality of those clubs to their communities. Recently, Rochdale Football Club, now sadly in the National League, ran into real danger of hitting the wall, and there was a funereal, yes, of course.
Mr. Deputy, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for what he's bringing forward? And the consensus of opinion from this chamber seems to be that every MP supports their club, supports their fans, and wants to see a difference. Does the Honourable Gentleman agree that what bill that's going to be passed here tonight will be one that will be to the benefit of all the clubs, the fans, and their MPs? But would he also agree that when it comes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to improving, that perhaps he might agree that Northern Ireland should also have some of the improvements and guidelines are given here, so that we in Northern Ireland can have the same guidelines and the same way forward?
Well, if the Honourable Gentleman will forgive me, I won't follow him down that as a supporter of a united Ireland myself. I look forward to you thriving in an Irish football environment and asking the Taoiseach for the necessary support rather than Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the point I'm making is, I mean, the gall of the Premier League to be lobbying us yesterday, saying that this should all be left to the free market. What kind of free market is it when at least 3 of the Premiership teams are owned by foreign countries? Some of them more thinly veiled than others. But 3 foreign countries in the Premier League right now. And what countries? Not countries that would be allowed to buy the Daily Telegraph, but they're allowed to buy top blue chip football clubs in England. What's local about that? Why would we allow foreign states to buy pieces of our national treasure, which is, of course, also of extraordinary importance to local communities? I was just talking about the funereal atmosphere there was when it looked like Rochdale FC, having fallen out of the league into the National League, might actually go out of business altogether. Hopefully that problem is at least partially resolved. Yes, of course.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend in giving way, and I remember many great matches between the wonderful team of Rochdale and Gillingham in the lower leagues. And Gillingham were playing Manchester City, in 1999 at the Wembley playoffs for the 2nd division. And Manchester City are now in the Premiership. His point is absolutely right. With regard to success of football clubs, it shouldn't be down to investment of foreign countries. It should be about regulation and investment in smaller clubs to be able to go up, like Gillingham or Rochdale, rather than relying on international sovereign wealth funds into our football league. And he's absolutely right. The Premier League has a role and responsibility to support smaller clubs.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, a very important point that he makes. We in the Workers' Party, as you can imagine, want to save football for the workers, for the working class who gave it birth and who were its mainstay for many, many decades, century, before the Premiership was even in existence, and now priced out of the game. It costs £60 to attend a Premiership match now. A man and wife going, £120. A woman and her son going, throw in a burger and a cup of Bovril, and you're spending £100 to go to a football match, all to fund the fantastic profits that are being made in the Premiership. All to fund, here I declare an interest, I have 3 sons in youth football, all of whom I think have the capacity to make it, and I'll be their agent, so that's a future pecuniary interest. But my sons are playing not on plastic pitches, which were disparagingly referred to earlier, but on grass that hasn't been cut all year, with humps and bumps and hills and hollows on the pitch. By definition, a pyramid has a very, very large bottom, and that bottom is what we need to filter the money to. Not to agents, not to Premiership players on £500,000 a week. I'm not making that number up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. £500,000 a week for playing, looking at Manchester United at the weekend, not very well or even very energetically at all. Football is in a terrible state. We have a policy. I don't have time to discuss it, but I commend it to the House. The Workers' Party policy on football is this. We believe in fans not having a golden share, though that would be a big step forward. We believe in fan ownership of football clubs. And to those who scoff, I see some scoffing. German football is fan-owned. The great Bayern Munich, the next champion of Europe, and who have won 10 times, I think, the championship of Europe, is 51% supporter-owned. Borussia Dortmund, another power in Germany, is 78% fan-owned. Wouldn't that solution end the problem of foreign states buying our top clubs? Or these rum foreigners, Johnny Foreigner, it's been mentioned several times, living outside our borders, can't be reached by sanctions, walk away from the fines. Wouldn't that solve that problem? And of course we've got our own rum owners from our own land that own football clubs and run them into the ground. If the fans owned the team, wouldn't that be a better solution? Then the fans and their elected representatives, someone said Parliament shouldn't be regulating whether there are replays on a Wednesday or not. Why not? If it's the people's game and we're the people's representatives, we're absolutely entitled to a view that to cheat, particularly the lower division supporters, of the chance of taking a big Premiership club to a lucrative replay, we have every right to be outraged by that. And if the Football Association are listening to this debate, I think we should tell them that if not now, then soon, they will be forced to reinstate replays. My final points that I have time to make, Mr. Deputy Speaker, concern the 2 teams with which I'm most closely associated: Glasgow Celtic in Scotland and Manchester United in England. Manchester United have foreign owners who have looted the club of billions of pounds. They didn't even buy the club. They bought it, then borrowed against the club's assets to cover the money that they paid to buy it, and have paid themselves a king's ransom in dividends. The Glazers must go, is the feeling of 99.9% of Manchester United supporters. But how can we make them go? Well, we got rid of Celtic's board. I was one of the proud members of the Sack the Board campaign. My good friend Brian Dempsey led it. We did sack the board by popular pressure, and popular pressure will have to be maintained on the robber barons from New York, the Glazers, before they destroy Manchester United altogether.
Sunderland.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's a huge privilege to speak on the long-awaited Football Governance Bill. Not only is this a matter of great importance to sports fans across the UK and beyond, but it's also a personal passion. and I commend everybody that's been involved in getting the bill this far. Locally in Berkshire, we've got a very proud football pedigree. Reading FC, as we know, is the only league club in Berkshire. It has a proud history and has done brilliantly this season to survive in League One against all of the odds. In my own constituency, Bracknell Town and Sandhurst Town have also enjoyed strong seasons. And across the border in Hampshire, Aldershot Town are back on the map after their most exciting season for years. Well done to Tommy Withington and his players. I was at the Dagenham game on Saturday, which was brilliant. Such a pity that they did not quite make the National League playoffs, but next season will be even better. And as the father of 2 young sons who play to a decent level, it is essential that the game is better regulated for its future, their future, and also for the future of all of our clubs. Football is the beautiful game, and it does need better regulation to ensure that football always comes home. We know what the bill does. It seeks to establish an independent football regulator. It includes provisions which seek to protect and promote the sustainability of English football for the benefit of fans and the local community, and that's really important. But importantly, with the Minister in his place, regulation must be light touch. Given the preeminence of football in the UK, we must not throw out the baby with the bathwater by inadvertently making the Premier League, the English Football League or the National League less attractive to owners, potential investors, to the media or its fans. The Premier League is also, as we know, the world's leading football brand, and it's worth billions to the UK. If it ain't broke, please don't fix it. Therefore, regulation must be just enough. It must be balanced to protect clubs and fans from rogue owners, but without jeopardising the game. Recent history is littered with examples where it's gone badly wrong. Southend United, Wigan, Portsmouth, Bury, Colchester, Sheffield Wednesday, Hull, Derby and several others, but perhaps most spectacularly and recently of all, Reading Football Club. As a fan myself, the last few years have been galling. We've seen free fall from the Premier League, 18 points of deductions, huge fines, players not being paid, bills not being settled and fans in despair, and I feel their pain. So I want on the record this afternoon to personally commend every single Reading fan. You've been magnificent, and they've supported the club through thick and thin. And also mention the brilliant Sell Before We Die group, which has been so instrumental in my view. Does lobbying work? Absolutely yes. And credit to members in this place too, particularly the members for Reading West, for Ashford, North East Hertfordshire, and also in particular the member for Reading East, with whom I've worked very closely on Reading Football Club. So yes, MPs have lent in respect of Reading Football Club and many other clubs. Pressure has been brought to bear on owners, and a cross-party approach really does work. Politics is always at its best when MPs work together. And as a pilot for the new regulator, I can't think of a better example than Reading. And the new regulator must cut his or her teeth on that particular club. And the bill itself must have teeth. A regulator without powers is of no use whatsoever, so I look forward to seeing the Terms of Reference Minister for the initial incumbent of that role. The aim of the bill, of course, is to put fans back at the heart of the game. And it's about running clubs. It's about getting clubs back on their feet. It's about heritage and future direction. It's also about sustainability, as we've heard. And it's about making sure that we lay the foundations for clubs as we go forward English football. And it must also apply across the whole pyramid, as we've heard, not just, Minister, in my view, on the top 5 leagues. It is also right that new owners and directors face stronger tests to stop clubs falling into the wrong hands and face the possibility of being removed and struck off from owning football clubs if they're found to be unsuitable, and much more. But the devil will be in the detail. As for Reading FC, several lessons for me have been learnt this year. Firstly, fans do matter, and fan power does work. Fans have a voice, and they've used their voice this year and before with Reading Football Club. Secondly, the decision by Reading Borough Council to list the stadium, the SEL Stadium, as an asset of community value under the Localism Act 2011 was a masterstroke. Dai Young was unable and is unable to sell the SEL Stadium, and rightly so. And lastly, full credit to Woking Borough Council for a little deed for the Bearwood Training Centre. If a club cannot legally sell its asset to another club, that club lives on. And once again, these measures have effectively stopped further asset stripping by Dai Young and will lead to the successful future of Reading Football Club. Reading is now moving in the right direction. Bills are being paid for March, April and May. New owners are believed to be interested in the club, and we could yet survive. Thank you to everyone at Reading Football Club and all of the fans for making this happen. So what's not in the bill? Firstly, punitive action for owners who fail the test. Minister, they need to be banned not just from football, but banned full stop as directors or banned by HMRC. The bill also does not address welfare provision for players. What are clubs doing to soften the blow for players who get rejected or who suffer mental health issues? It affects the top 5 leagues only. It needs to affect National League South and North and below. They're all worthy. And the women's game, of course, has been mentioned, but I feel strongly as though the bill needs to go further in due course for the women's game. And lastly, the FA Cup decision in terms of replays being stopped from round 1. It's outrageous. This is nothing less than cultural vandalism of the world's greatest cup competition. And if the larger clubs have to play replays with the huge resources they've got, so what? No sympathy whatsoever. And having watched so many FA Cup exploits over the years, not least at Sutton United and Woking, I just do not buy the FA's logic. These cup ties are the stuff of legend, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, magic does exist in sport. Admittedly, no government can regulate this, but if the FA is watching, I would really urge them to rethink this appalling decision.
Would you give way on that point?
Please do.
Right. I'm very grateful to my own friend for giving way. There is something actually rather larger than just the situation of FA Cup replays, which is that, you know, those replays, those lucrative replays, are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the fact that there are clubs that are relying on those lucrative replays demonstrates why we have a problem with finances in the football pyramid. And so where my honourable friend says that the government cannot regulate on this matter, the bill does actually give the Secretary of State some enabling powers to bring FA Cup into the competitions that it is looking at. So does he agree with me that while it's not something that I particularly favour, it is something that can be done?
Thank you for the invitation. I agree wholeheartedly, and anything that we can do, Minister, in terms of the regulation here is worth pursuing. I was at the Aldershot West Brom game earlier this year. It was an absolutely incredible day out. That could have been a replay, third round. The money that's raised for those occasions is extraordinary, and while clubs cannot depend upon that lifeline, it's a fantastic bonus when it happens, and certainly it's helped Aldershot massively with its finances this year. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can, I strongly support this bill. I commend the DCMS, commend the Minister, commend all the authors of the bill. I commend our fantastic member for Chatham and Aylesford, and the bill is long overdue. It's here now. And I'm also reassured that the Conservative government has done this. Lastly, it will make a huge difference to all clubs and fans. Let's bring it on.
Gamesbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like many across this chamber, I want to thank all those from across the political sphere and those within the football community, and certainly those that led the fan-based review, that work is finally coming to fruition with this bill today, this debate, this second reading. The referee, in the shape of the independent football regulator, will now finally be on the pitch and beginning that journey. And it's particularly fitting, I think, that this takes place on St George's Day, an English nation that gave the world this beautiful game, and now one that needs to put its house in order for the many and not the few, to ensure that the pyramid effectively works for leagues right across the beautiful English game. And of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're only in this space has been echoed right across the chamber from all people of all political persuasions, is because the Premier League and those that govern our beautiful game haven't got the house in order. That hands off the pitch, that laissez-faire approach, certainly hasn't worked for our fans, for our clubs, and very importantly, for the communities. Now, it's been referenced in terms of Bury FC, one of our oldest clubs in the country, and certainly in the northwest of England where I represent. They're expelled from the Football League amid rising debts and financial problems. And there have been other notable and documented examples, again echoed across the chamber today, where it be clubs like Bolton Wanderers, Derby County and recently Reading Football Club. These and other clubs, I think we reference around 60 of a number of common factors: unfit owners, greed, asset selling, poor governance and long-standing alienation of the fan base, total disregard of history, identity, emotions, communities. And this laissez-faire approach, this anything-goes approach, the Wild West of football, has got to be brought to a full stop. And the new football regulator, the independent football regulator, must have teeth and help drive these issues with strong rules to ensure that we have fit and proper owners of our great footballing clubs. And yet I'd certainly like to see more clubs that are owned and controlled by the fan base. We have some great examples, including my own constituency, whether that be Northwich, on terms of Runcorn Linnets, who I saw beat Widnes, our rivals, only this weekend. We want to see sustainable financial plans with fans at the heart and soul of those clubs to protect the assets of stadiums and that historical identity people have been referencing, and it does certainly in the bill, actually in regards to kits, in regards to badges. They're important, they're vitally important. I'm a long-standing Manchester United fan, so I'm very familiar with problems of ownership. It's already been referenced in this chamber in regards to the Glazers, who bought it on the Never Never. It was one of the richest football clubs in the world, has now become one of the most indebted. And that really has affected our performance on the pitch, which has been pretty woefully bad this year, including the FA Cup semi-final, where paid credit to Coventry, who played incredibly well, and we played incredibly badly. But the problems on the pitch come down to some of the problems in terms of ownership. I gave up my season ticket long ago for Manchester United. It was a very difficult decision to make because of the Glazers. And the Glazers, and I echo the clarion call as I did with my protest scarf on, the rest of it at the time, the Glazers really must go, and maybe we're on the start of that journey with some new ownership in Manchester United. Now, I'm a Cheshire and Merseyside MP, and I have quite a number of my constituents are Everton fans, and they've been specifically aggrieved about some recent point deductions that they face. And some of those have been around financial issues, around the purchasing of a stadium, and certainly players. But a real bone of contention there is fairness. They've been deducted a high number of points, 10 points. They've gone to appeal and so forth. And yet, they look at other clubs across Britain, you know, the Manchester Cities of this world, the Chelseas and so forth. Manchester City got 115 breaches, by the way. And it seems those with incredibly deep pockets, financed by sovereign wealth funds, seem to get away with it because they can afford the litigation. They're not the only one, of course. You know, I've referenced Chelsea and certainly others. I'd certainly also ask the Minister to look at, we mentioned fit and proper ownership of our clubs. How can it be right that we have a foreign state, a number of foreign states that own great British footballing clubs, English footballing clubs, such as Newcastle United, sovereign wealth funds, and have a woeful track record in terms of human rights? It's been fairly well documented. I think they've now exceeded this, but actually a nation state actually managed to execute more of its citizens than a striker for Newcastle United put in the back of the net. That's horrendous. I will, yes.
He's making some excellent points, and as he does, I'm from the same part of the world as him, and he touched on Bury FC in my constituency. But I'm interested in this issue of fairness within football. If we take the FA Cup semi-final at the weekend, the winners of that semi-final, Manchester United, by about a millimetre in a video call, get £1 million. Coventry City get £500,000 for losing it as a result of that. So although we in this chamber talk about fairness in this sort of general way, does he believe that that is a fair share of monies in the circumstances?
Clearly not. Clearly not. And I think there's space for the regulator to intervene. It's been referenced in terms of the FA Cup. You know, that actually for clubs, grassroots clubs, and I think Gillingham was mentioned by the honourable member is no longer in his place, and that was a lifesaver for quite a number of clubs. I think Bristol Rovers were mentioned as well. And again, I think that is about financial sustainability. I think the regulator should be involved in that space and intervene to ensure that actually the FA makes the right decisions for all our clubs right across the pyramid. So I do concur with the point that the honourable member for Bury North makes there. Look, I welcome the bill overall, as many do right across the chamber. I think this is great for the football community. Again, I pay credit to all those that have been involved. It's very important we have the fans at the heart of this. We do look at some issues such as people have mentioned again across the chamber in terms of competition and payments, the parachute payments, which I think distort the footballing community at the moment. But overall, I very much welcome and support this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Weaver Vale, who touched on so many of the important issues in this debate. I also particularly appreciate him touching on very gently touching on the cost of a kit, the cost of a badge, which I think follows on with his campaign to make school uniforms affordable. It's such an important issue. I also appreciate the honourable gentleman for Rochdale capturing that sense of football fans not just being customers that they might go to one supermarket or another one. There's so much more about football. It's not just that strong fan base, the acquisition of the right players, having a good management and things like that you'd associate perhaps with a corporation. It's about the family, it's about the next generation, it's about that sense of community, that sense of well-being, people going to the stadium, walking together, walking in solidarity to see their club. That's what football is about for so many communities up and down the country. And when Bolton fell into very difficult times recently, and looking not too far away over at Bury in 2020, where Bury went into administration, that was a traumatic experience, I think, for many football fans watching an opposing team. And Bolton came very close to being in that position, but since then we've regained our strength, improved our position. At the moment we're third in the league, in League One. We're in the playoffs, and hopefully, if Peterborough and Derby do the right thing and lose very badly with a huge goal difference, we might be in the automatic playoff position. I'll give way.
Point, and not many people will know this point. That Bury and Bolton were in essentially the same financial situation. Both have gone into administration at the same time. The regulator decided to expel Bury from the EFL and keep Bolton in the league. Now, the suspicion was that Bolton, being a bigger club than Bury, we don't want to get rid of them, but poor little Bury, we can use them as an example. So again, I think this is an example of why regulation in this sphere is needed.
That's great.
I share my honourable friend's concerns that the idea of one club, or the status of Bury, tumbling out the English Football League was pretty grim. But to have two clubs would have been catastrophic for the EFL. I welcome that the government has listened to fans and clubs to bring forward this football governance bill to secure the game's future in England. The game's fractured governance model and the inequitable distribution of finances is increasingly putting the future of the sport in England at risk. In the coming debates and passages of this bill, Parliament has the opportunity to give the new independent football regulator the right powers to ensure the game's sustainability for the good of football's pyramid, from the grassroots to the height of the Premiership. Any attempt to weaken the IFR's powers or make it a passive and effective entity should be strongly resisted. A particular concern brought to my attention by Ian Bridge from Bolton Wanderers Supporters Trust is in part 6 on financial distribution, questions over parachute payments having been ruled out and whether the bill in its current form can deliver on its objective to protect the financial sustainability of English football. I look forward to supporting this bill throughout all its stages. I think the debate has been incredibly constructive. The bill may need a little further refinement, but I welcome the work and efforts of my right honourable friend for Chatham and Aylesford and my honourable friend for Pudsey.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, we're here today because football has failed to regulate itself over many years. It's our job as parliamentarians to ensure that we regulate, in the end, on behalf of football fans, for now and for the future, and for the communities where our football clubs are based. That's our job. But could I just begin by thanking those who've got us to this position? The Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford, certainly. The Minister for sticking with it and bringing the bill before the House today. For the advice I've received from the EFL, the PFA, the FSA and Fair Game. Even had a conversation with the Premier League. Let's say that conversation wasn't quite as reached as much agreement as the other conversations I've had with other football organisations. But in the end, this is not a bill to destroy the Premier League, as some has tried to present it, including the Premier League itself. The Premier League has been a massively successful organisation. It's brought unimaginable wealth into football and into this country. So the legislation is not here to destroy the Premier League, but to ensure that the great strength of the Premier League, the financial resources it's got, can be used as a basis to strengthen the whole of the football pyramid. And it's just a pity the Premier League themselves don't see it like that, don't see their responsibility to the wider football game, but instead so often seem intent on simply narrowly focusing their attention on supporting the handful of clubs that are within the Premier League. And we just have to look at the other successful brand in English football. That's the pyramid. There is no other football pyramid like it in the world. The Championship has the 5th highest attendances of any league in Europe. Where else could you go on a Sunday afternoon to a second-tier relegation game and get 7,500 fans, not in the home end, but in the away end, as Sheffield Wednesday took to Blackburn on Sunday, and won, may I hasten to add, giving ourselves a hope of salvation. That is the strength there, but the incredible power of the resources of the Premier League is slowly beginning to corrode and erode the basis of the whole football pyramid. And that's what we've got to stop and what we've got to act on. Just very simple figures. If you take the 25 clubs that are not in the Premier League, just the 20 clubs, but the other 5 that are going in and out now on a regular basis, those 25 clubs get 92% of the distributable resources within football. The other clubs in the EFL get 8%. That simply is not sustainable. And we've seen that gap grow and grow over the years. It is not just a static problem, it's an increasing problem that simply undermines the whole of the football pyramid. So, does the bill as it stands deal with that fundamental challenge? First of all, I do think the whole process of looking at the review of football finance in the bill is far too bureaucratic. Why not simply give the regulator the upfront power to come to a decision about the distribution of football's resources, which makes individual clubs sustainable and which makes competition within and between the leagues sustainable. Now, with a simple remit, let them get on with it, rather than going through this process right the way through to a backstop, knowing that the leagues have already had a chance to reach agreement, which has signally failed. The Premier League have never made a single offer right through this process from the very beginning. And I come back to parachute payments. I say to the Minister, with the parachute payments excluded from the backstop, as in the bill as it stands, the Minister risks destroying his own bill. Because if that remains in, we will not achieve a sensible and appropriate redistribution of revenue. And I think that's been said right across the House. We've simply got to change it, and I'm happy to move an amendment in committee. I hope the Minister might think about how that amendment might be accepted by the government, because it's going to be needed to strengthen this bill. Also, is the distribution of resources simply a matter for the EFL and the Premier League? Or don't the fans have a view? The players have a view? The grassroots have a view? Shouldn't there be a wider look, at least a consultation in that process? The regulator had the upfront power. The regulator would also consult those groups in terms of reaching the final conclusion. It's just strange that something began with a fan-led review doesn't mention fans in that very important part. I welcome the general approach of the licensing system. We've had too many bad owners and directors, still got some around, as has been pointed out in football. I will, yes.
I would be very interested, it's touching on the point he's raising, I'm very interested in this, because there's very important points regarding redistribution, but there is also a very important point about competent management of football clubs. The Derby County situation is an example of this. There was he had £400 million in cleared funds when that football club was bought. What happened to Derby was as a result of how badly it was managed after the initial test. And I think that's a real challenge for this bill.
My understanding is, and it's going to be a test of the licence system, it's about ensuring sustainability, not just at the beginning when an owner comes along and says, I want to buy, but showing they can actually sustain that ownership going forward. And that's the difference between the current rules and the rules that have been proposed. And that's something we test further in discussions in committee. Can the regulator really regulate sovereign wealth funds who own clubs? I've asked the Minister before. I think it's something else we've got to really look at, because I think it's a challenge to the system. I welcome that fans having a veto over change of colours and name. In terms of ground changes, there's nothing in the bill that actually says fans have to be consulted about a change of grounds. The regulator has to approve, but there's no right for fans to be consulted. I think we need to have a look at that. And just go back to my own club, Sheffield Wednesday, I've mentioned once. I mentioned again. They welcome the proposals. They welcome the EFL's approach to the review and need for change of the distribution resources. I'm not sure the owner is going to be that enthusiastic about the changes to require him to consult properly with his fans. And many owners are like this. They want to go through the motions. Are they really going to engage in a meaningful way? And I think that's going to be a real challenge for the regulator in a number of clubs. I understand why the formal consultation is not specified, but it's still going to be a challenge going forward that we need to keep an eye on. Finally, just coming back to the FA Cup. The Minister said, well, it's not our job to get involved in competitions in football. Wait a minute. The fan-led review was triggered by some clubs wanting to change the competition they played in by going to the European Super League. That was a handful of rich clubs deciding they could be better off there. We've now got a handful of rich clubs deciding that European games are more important than FA Cup replays. That's what's happening. Now, I remember when Arsenal won the FA Cup in 1979, they had 5 replays. 4 of those were against Sheffield Wednesday in one round. I remember it all these years later because it's a great achievement. 4 of them, 3 of those replays at the old Filbert Street ground. You remember those things as football fans. We shouldn't take this away from the game. I just say to the Minister, one of the requirements of the regulator is to ensure that the heritage of English football is safeguarded. Isn't part of the heritage the FA Cup and its replays? Will the regulator, under these rules, have the power to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be called to speak in this debate, to follow the honourable member for all the work he has done on this issue in the House, and particularly to follow the wonderful speech at the beginning, or the early part of the debate, from my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford, who has done such fantastic work with the fan-led review, a very important piece of work, but one that builds on work done over many years by members of this House and committees of this House. When I was a new MP, I took part in the, 2011 Football Governance Review done by the Select Committee, chaired by my right honourable friend, the member for Malden, and this has been a recurring theme of interest for the House. And the reason for this is that when clubs get into distress, what becomes evident very quickly is that the competition's primary interest is protecting the competition and not the individual clubs. Often when a club goes into administration, it can be too late to solve them. The actions of the league are to protect the competition, to protect the integrity of the competition, and to complete the matters in the season, not to save the individual clubs. And because the leagues are effectively governed by the collective views of the chairs of those clubs, they're often not very sympathetic when one of their own gets into trouble, particularly if they think they've got into financial trouble because they've been overspending or they've been, effectively, as they would see it, cheating in some way. And what we saw with Bolton and Bury, what we saw in the way that those clubs in the Bury failed financially and was expelled from the league, Bolton very nearly did, and we've seen with clubs like Derby, is that if there had been an intervention, if it had been made clear that the clubs were already playing and trading in breach of the rules of the leagues as they stood, then it could have been avoided. There could have been an earlier intervention rather than waiting to the last minute when there was nothing more that could be done. And it's in response to those concerns that the fan-led review was triggered and that this bill has come forward today. It has been we've seen cases on ownership of clubs, where the case a few years ago of Massimo Cellino acquired Leeds United. The Football League didn't want him to acquire the club. They didn't think he was a fit and proper person. But what it demonstrated was there was no fit and proper person test. If you were qualified to be a company director in the UK, you had as much a right to be a director of a football club as any other entity, and he defeated the Football League in the courts. We desperately needed a test where somebody could stand up and say, we're not convinced by the track record of that person, they cannot own the club. Or Coventry City, which was at some point owned by an investment fund where no one knew who the investors were. Or Leeds United at one point that was owned by somebody who we didn't know. Or indeed Sheffield, there was a point when Sheffield Wednesday was almost bought by someone who didn't exist. And it was, this was the kind of Wild West we were dealing with. And what the regulator does is seek to redress this by having a body which is required to license clubs, has got the power to say to a potential owner, as Ofcom does with broadcasters if it's not happy with the way they execute their licence, you're not convinced you've met the tests, you can't be the owner of this club. Or you must demonstrate and prove who you are if you're investing in this club. And we must have a robust business plan which demonstrates you can run this club sustainably and it can meet its requirements for this season and future seasons as well. If we had those rules simply put in place, and this doesn't require the regulator inventing new rules for football, this simply requires an independent body enforcing the rules of the competitions that already exist. And if we had that transparency and we had that ability to tackle rogue owners, a lot of the problems in this game would be resolved. And I don't believe that this form of effective regulation is going to deter people investing in English football. If anything, it will encourage it. If someone was looking to buy a club in the Championship or League One with the hope of investing in that club and getting them into the Premier League, having a proper governance, proper rules being enforced will attract better owners into English football, and that will be good for everyone. In the short time I have, I do have a few specific points I would like to raise and ask the Minister's advice. Now, it was mentioned earlier on, in fact, I asked the Secretary of State, the structure of the bill is very interesting. The primary purpose of the regulator is to ensure sustainability. And alongside that, the regulator has three objectives to consider: soundness, resilience, and heritage. In making a determination, it should always act in a way that is sustainable and support at least one of the objectives: soundness, resilience and heritage. Now, this does raise the question where, let's say, a club which doesn't own its own ground, the ground is owned by a third-party private entity that may be seeking to push up the rent an extortionate amount, and the club says we can't afford to pay it, we're going to have to move ground. The fans may be against the move. The heritage test may say you shouldn't move, but the soundness and resilience test says, no, actually, the club should move. Now, what the Secretary of State said earlier, then the regulator could make that decision, could set aside heritage concerns and make that decision. I do think on decisions like this, the regulator needs to establish some guidelines that it's going to follow, some principles it's going to follow in making that decision, so that a proper consideration has been made and that the regulator doesn't always defer to a financial case that's been put forward, but does consider the other points in the round as well. I think it is important that the test for directors is subjective, that the regulator can say if they're not satisfied, rather than it simply being a tick box exercise, if people can demonstrate they don't have live convictions for particular offences, that they can own the club. There should be a robust power to the regulator to be able to say no. On the licensing conditions, I do think this point is important, that if the licensing conditions say the club has to produce a corporate governance report, and in other areas of business, in the 2006 Companies Act, it sets out the sort of criteria that a company would have to demonstrate, have to include in its report. And indeed, in the explanatory notes for this bill, it said the corporate governance report should cover the nature, constitutional function of different parts of the organs of the club, the manner in which those parts conduct themselves, the requirements imposed upon them, and the relationship between them. That would exclude the players. That would exclude any relationship or responsibility or obligations the club has to the players. Now, I agree with the ministers that the regulator shouldn't be writing welfare standards and policies for football, but it could act as a guardian to make sure they were being properly enforced. It could use its investigatory powers, if it felt there were grounds to investigate, to make sure that the welfare standards were being properly maintained. A reason I think this is important, where this has failed in football and other sports in the past, it's because of the power structure within a sporting organisation where the coach and the team doctor can often have huge influence over the athlete concerned, and it's difficult to know where you can safely blow the whistle. So I think a backstop guardian through the regulator on welfare standards would be totally consistent with the requirement of the clubs to produce a corporate governance statement to the regulator every year, and I would urge the Minister to consider that.
Order. Just before we proceed, in order to accommodate everybody, I'm going to have to reduce the time limit after the next speaker to 6 minutes. Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in this debate. While Warrington is known primarily as a rugby league town, we also have many thousands of football fans, including our nearby Premier League clubs, Everton, Liverpool, Manchester City and Manchester United, our fantastic non-league clubs, Warrington Rylands and Warrington Town, and our vibrant and diverse grassroots, amateur and Sunday league scenes. But across the board, there are deep concerns about how the beautiful game is becoming ever more distant from the communities that it should be rooted in, and that decision-making is made in the vested interests of the biggest clubs with the most resources, and are not about fairness and about strengthening the sport right through the football pyramid. There are the obvious indicators of this: extortionate season ticket prices and replica kits, a lack of rigour in fit and proper person tests for directors and owners. Even before this weekend's controversy, I've heard from many constituents about the use of VAR killing the game, that the decision to abolish replays after the first round of the FA Cup will mean fewer moments of magic like Marine AFC versus Tottenham, will make it less financially viable for smaller clubs to participate, and risks undermining the FA Cup's reputation as the most egalitarian competition in world football. That there is a concerning lack of transparency around points deduction decisions, something that I've received much correspondence from Everton fans in my constituency about, but which has also affected a number of other clubs in recent years. And of course, the disaster that is the proposed European Super League. Whose interests are these decisions being made in, as it's certainly not fans? I welcome, therefore, the establishment of the independent football regulator, though I think there are some areas that it can be strengthened through, which I will come on to. First, I want to see a regulatory structure that acts in the interests of supporters and protects their clubs, but which also acknowledges and prioritises the role of players and staff at the clubs. It's easy when we think about footballers and their working practices to think about some of the huge salaries and transfer fees in the Premier League, but most players aren't on anything like that kind of money and can be in very precarious and short-lived employment. Career-ending injuries that take place on the pitch or illnesses that leave them unable to compete can leave them cut completely adrift, and in many cases without some of the skills and qualifications that they need to find alternative employment easily, because they invested everything in a footballing future that didn't pan out. And just as football is nothing without its fans, it's nothing without its players either. The Professional Footballers Association has pointed out that nowhere in the bill as drafted is there any reference to players, and that this is a significant and serious omission as the primary employees of the industry. There are potential direct impacts on them from decisions taken by the IFR that there is no mechanism for consultation with them on. There is no mention in the IFR's regulatory principles for the need for the IFR's decision-making to recognise existing and successful mechanisms which have been developed to encourage cooperation between stakeholders. including the Professional Football Negotiating and Consultative Committee, a critically important backstop that has been effective in ensuring that substantive changes to player contracts and conditions cannot be made unilaterally. This is a straightforward thing to fix and would strengthen the bill, as well as ensuring that there are no unintended consequences of its implementation. The bill should acknowledge the existence and validity of these non-IFR mechanisms within the new regulatory ecosystem and formalise the responsibility of the IFR to work in a way which recognises them. Secondly, and vitally, the bill currently gives the IFR only partial oversight of financial sustainability, with no authority or oversight of profit and sustainability rules. The IFR should therefore have full authority for financial sustainability, including the oversight of profit and financial sustainability rules, in line with the recommendations of the fan-led review. This should include full authority in applying sanctions, published guidelines on how sanctions will be applied, a guiding principle that sanctions do not unfairly impact fans, but instead target club ownership, leadership and management, and full consideration and involvement of fan representation as part of any sanctions process. This would hopefully help prevent the scenes we've seen at Everton this season, which has caused real distress to many fans in my constituency and in the wider region, and which has also meant I haven't had a moment's peace since from my Everton supporting family members. As I said in my opening, we are a town that has much to be proud of with our football clubs, something that the brilliant Warrington Football Podcast does much to highlight, with more than just a rugby town. Warrington Town have just secured their highest ever league finish in the club's history in the National League North, while fans are having to fundraise to make the costly improvements to meet onerous FA ground grading criteria to allow them to continue playing at this level. It's something that doesn't feel right when we see how much money there is swirling around the game at clubs just a few miles up the road. The Premier League's domestic TV deal alone is worth over £6.5 billion, and it's a shame the recommendation of a transfer levy from the fan-led review hasn't been taken up. The better redistribution of some of these funds throughout the rest of the football pyramid is crucial for the financial sustainability of the wider game. Warrington Rylands have made it into the Northern Premier League playoffs this weekend after a successful few years, including lifting the FA Vase at Wembley, and have just launched their first deaf football team, making the game ever more accessible to more players and fans. And women's football in Warrington is coming on enormously. There's plenty to be optimistic about for the future, but we know that we need a regulatory framework for the game that puts more power and resource into the hands of supporters and clubs, sees a fairer distribution of wealth across the game, and which increases sustainability, transparency and accountability to get there. I hope that the government will commit to constructive cross-party engagement as this bill makes its way through the House and onto the statute book.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I declare an interest as a Norwich City supporter and Kings Lynn Town FC fan as well. And like the Honourable Member, I think it's fitting that on St George's Day we're talking about our national game that is loved by millions of people in our country, and as we've heard, the Premier League is also the most watched league in the world. And last year, the EFL had the highest attendances for over 70 years, with over 21 million supporters passing through turnstiles. So football is a great success story. And it's in that context that we consider this bill and proposals to create a new regulatory structure for the game. As the explanatory note set out, football was previously not regulated by statutory provisions, and the measures are unique and unprecedented. So my first point is the one I made a year ago when the government published its response. We need to ensure this is a truly proportionate regime and be mindful of the success of the game. That means having a light touch regulator, which ministers have committed to. The government response set out the regulator would operate an advocacy-first approach to regulation, meaning it would use constructive engagement rather than formal intervention wherever possible. However, that can be better reflected on the face of the bill in the objectives and duties of this new regulator. Otherwise, the risk of mission creep is more likely to materialise. We've heard a number of contributions already this afternoon where the regulator is being actively encouraged to expand its scope even before it's been set up. I support the objectives of financial soundness and resilience, as well as safeguarding the heritage of football. The ground, the crest, the shirt colours and the name of a club are all part of the DNA. And incidentally, Norwich City can boast the oldest song in world football, On the Ball City. I won't sing it. However, football is competitive. It's about promotion, it's about playoffs, it's about passion. So the regulator must also understand the essence of the game and not reduce it to a dry technical analysis of P&Ls and impose a banking-style straitjacket on clubs. As a member of the Regulatory Reform Group, and I see the chairman entering the chamber as I speak, I welcome the principles set out in Clause 8. However, they can certainly be strengthened to deliver that light-touch regime that's so important. And the scale of the task we're going to be asking the regulator to undertake is considerable. It has to review detailed business plans of 116 clubs and reach agreement on them. In addition to the mandatory licence conditions, the regulator can impose discretionary requirements on any or all of those clubs, which will have to be bespoke, which will then also have to be monitored. Clearly, that comes at a cost which hasn't really been discussed in the debate so far. The impact assessment estimates the new regime could cost £132 million over 10 years, admitting there's a lot of uncertainty because it doesn't know precisely what conditions the regulator will put in place. That's money spent today by clubs on football that in future will be spent on the costs of regulation. And the National League is not the only one that's warned about the risk of the burden on the smaller clubs. So in licensing, the regulator must avoid duplicating existing requirements and ensure that it adopts a proportionate approach to the levy. Clearly, a key driver of the legislation is money and how revenues are distributed through the pyramid that's so essential to the health of the game. This has been agreed on a voluntary basis to date, and it would be better if football came forward with its own solution. However, if that doesn't happen, obviously Part 6 of the bill is there and sets out the backstop mechanism where either the Premier League or the FL can trigger it, and if mediation does not work, then a committee of experts drawn from the regulator's panel will consider final proposals from both. However, I have to confess to finding the decision process curious at that point, as rather than look at each proposal and then adjudicate and determine what the best overall approach is, which could be between the two proposals that's been put forward, the regulator can only opt for one of them. In any negotiation, if both sides feel a bit disappointed at the deal that's reached, then it's likely to be fair. In this scenario, however, only one side will win. So I asked the Minister, why create an expert panel and a regulator if it is then not able to apply its own judgment? And given the importance of this provision, I hope the Minister will outline the Government's thinking on that point, what consideration has been given to how that can be gained, and also look again at those provisions as the bill goes forward. Regarding revenues, I briefly focus on parachute payments. These are important elements in enabling clubs promoted to invest and, yes, to take risk, a calculated risk, so they can compete. If parachute payments were removed, then clubs like Norwich City, who are run sustainably and can get promoted, and I'm optimistic for the playoffs this year, would not have the confidence to invest, knowing that if they go down this path and get relegated, there would be no smoothing of their income. So I support the approach in Clause 55. And finally, I return to where we began, the fan-led review. During COVID, clubs were not able to let fans in, and Kings Lynn Town and others had to take sports survival loans. 13 million of those were issued, and the repayment of which threatens the viability of some clubs. So as we look at financial resilience, I encourage the Minister to look at allowing clubs to convert, say, up to 49% of the loan that they've taken out and give it to shares for supporters' trust. That would create a legacy of community ownership, something that would be very worthwhile and reduce the burden on clubs as well. To conclude, football is an important part of our national character, and as the bill proceeds, it's essential the regulator works with the game, with the clubs and with the league to ensure it continues to flourish.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I start off by placing on record my congratulations on the success of my local club, Stockport County Football Club, on the elevation to League One. On top of this, they have topped the table when it comes to League Two. Can I use this opportunity shamelessly, you might argue, to encourage members on both sides of the House to sign my early day motion celebrating the success of Stockport County Football Club in the recent months. This is the first ever EFL title that Stockport County have won since 1967, and it's an important occasion for me as the MP who represents the club in the House of Commons. Before I go into the main points of my speech, can I join other members on both sides who have thanked the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford on the work she has done, but also members of the Select Committee and the Minister who has returned to his place. I've done some work with him on grassroots cricket, and I know he takes time to engage with opposition MPs and MPs of his own party, and he has a long-standing record of working hard on this issue. So I wanted to place those words on the record. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Premier League teams need to pay fair share of the revenue to ensure that all fans can continue to enjoy the sport of football. Clubs like Stockport County Football Club in my constituency make a valuable contribution to the lives of supporters and countless others in a local community. However, as many have already highlighted, the game's fractured governance model and the inequitable distribution of finances is increasingly putting that at risk. Stockport County Football Club and many other clubs are an important part of England, of Britain's sporting culture, and we must do a lot more to make sure that the model is sustainable. Currently, English football is nowhere near meeting their objective, with EFL clubs losing £471 million during the 2022-2023 season, and with this shortfall having to be met by club owners. These are quite serious numbers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Football has failed to take collective action needed to protect clubs due to the number of vested interest in its governance model. This has been echoed by representatives on both sides of this House. The English Football League wants to see the local clubs prosper as beacons of community pride in towns and cities throughout the country. And I know for a fact that there are so many fans of all football teams and other sporting teams that take a lot of pride and they cherish the history and culture of their local team. I'm glad to see that the English Football League welcomes this bill and this period of parliamentary scrutiny and discussion. And I think this is a good opportunity to reform the football pyramid, and a lot of people have made, a lot of MPs have made points about the football pyramid, so I won't repeat them. But I'll just like to end on a final couple of points. The fact that Labour has long supported football reform. Our last three manifestos from the Labour Party committed to reviewing football governance, giving fans a greater say in the way their clubs are run, and calling for Premier League to redistribute more of its television rights revenue to the wider game. Labour also supports the implementation of an independent regulator. We urgently need to bring in new laws to prevent further clubs from going bust or being used as a plaything for the wealthy. Sadly, since 1992, over 60 clubs have gone into administration. Although this bill is welcome, it will likely be too little too late for several clubs who've had to witness their structures collapse and fans left disappointed and angry. The fan-led review was published in 2021. Why has it taken the government so long to finally act? And I'd just like to end on the point that Labour welcomes this legislation, but there are several issues that need to be addressed, and I'm quite critical of the time it has taken the government to come forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I make no criticism of the fact that members are using the time I've made available to them, but we're going to have to reduce the time again, I'm afraid. After the next speaker, it'll be down to 5 minutes. Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I add to the many thanks that have been offered already to the honourable members for Pudsey and also Chatham and Aylesworth for the considerable work that's gone into this. Many others have been mentioned quite rightly, but time doesn't allow me to say anything more. I stand in support of this bill if, as the honourable member for Cleethorpes said, with a degree of reluctance or having come to it reluctantly. And I do that because I stand for the love of the game. This has been a fascinating debate, but it's been characterised in one sense to me by the very many different perspectives that people have offered, and with the greatest respect, if I say, they have all been partial perspectives. No one person has held a complete and perfect view of football in this country or the impact of this regulation, and that, I think, is actually vital. So for those listening who may be questioning our right as MPs to be talking about the game they love, then be reassured that we are just like them. This is a game that we love too. I'm actually a terrible fan and make no claim to being standing here as a fan. I've never held a season ticket in my life, but I do stand here as a player. From my early days at Bangor Juniors, many of my school friends in Bangor will still remember me playing then, through to playing in the Suffolk League and Sporting 87 Football Club. I joined it when there were just about 14 of us fellas kicking a ball around from across East Anglia, and left it when there were over 600 members, many of them youth players, and we'd won a couple of Suffolk Fair Play awards. I now play on a Friday afternoon. My colleagues might say that that's a loose description of the word, but for the Dufferin Conway Amateurs in Llanrwst. And that, again, is a different kind of club, started really for people to just have fun kicking the ball around, but also to work through some of those things that you pick up during the week, so as issues of mental well-being and just building friendships too in the community. And I've been very much appreciative of that support, and in particular the work there at Ian in setting up the club. And it would be remiss of me, Mr Deputy Speaker, not to mention the fact that I'm the chairman of the Parliament's own football club, APPG, as well. And I know that colleagues here, honourable members here, are sitting wondering, how did we get on today against the lobby? Well, suffice to say, at half-time it was 3-1. It was a game closely fought, played well, and I think I ran out of fingers towards the end. But congratulations to the lobby on this one. We will be back again next time to even the score. Mr Deputy Speaker, the aims of this bill are worthy. Putting the fans' voice at the heart of football is vital. And I'll read, if you will allow, Mr Deputy Speaker, the words of the Supporters Association of Bangor City, where I grew up. In 2019, I'd seen the club fall from its heady heights of 1985-86 when it played in the Cup Winners' Cup against Atletico Madrid, to seeing its Farrow Road ground turned into an Asda supermarket, through mismanagement and through many other episodes. But the Supporters Association of Bangor City in 2019 formed a breakaway club in 2019, which, as they stated at the time, captures, I think, the essence of this bill. We want fans to reconnect with each other and restore the pride and feeling of being a supporter of our historic club. The new club is a creative and positive solution for an ever-changing and precarious situation. We are not disowning Bangor City Football Club or its history. The club is ours. It belongs to the fans and local community. Owners will come and go, but the people remain. Keep the faith. Now, there's much in there. There's much more history than I know. I've been away from the area for many years and so aren't familiar with all of the steps in that journey. But it speaks to the concern that people have felt and constituents have written to me about. I stress that those are constituents of the Honourable Member for Alvon's constituency, but that is my home, and they've written and spoken of those concerns. So the importance of this bill in connecting or recognising community ties, in establishing sustainability and in ethical government is right at the heart of this and essential to it. And I would argue they resonate with very conservative values of heritage, community and sustainability. Having described the rather unfortunate episodes in the history of Bangor City, I could contrast as well with the lessons I've learned from watching Llandudno Football Club, the Seasiders, where the work of Doz and her family over the years have made sure that club is viable, of Rod and Dave Ginn and others on the board at present who are seeking to take the club forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think this bill also makes the point, again, as the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford said, that structure is important. We have to put in place these structures so that the money can flow. And I would argue that it sends a signal that the era of unchecked and opaque ownership is over. Football is no longer just a plaything of those who see only an investment class. I think it's important that the backstop is in place, and it's essential that the potential to fine clubs is retained within this, that the regulator has some teeth. But I would ask the question about the scalability and applicability that is mentioned in the bill. I do see the other side, and I felt a chill when I heard those speak with an ambition to interfere with matters of football and apply preferred political agendas, or even create a game in which everybody wins a prize. That is not the sport I know or love. So I urge the Minister to give time in the later stages then to clarify some of these points that have been made, and to make sure that this is a game that, while the bill will deal with bad actors and bad management, it will not be one that removes the elements of bad luck.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I welcome the bill, and I think, as others have encapsulated, our football clubs in this country are something quite unique. They are institutions at the heart of their communities with long, long histories that far outlast whoever might be the chairman, the manager, the players in any period of time. And that is why this regulator is overdue, and I very much welcome the work that has been done to get us to this stage. I have to say the regulator has an unenviable job. The number of things that people want to see addressed in future in football are huge, and I'm sure that there will be all kinds of calls for the regulator to take action on things that fall outside of its remit. I think the Secretary of State was at pains to clarify the limited role around football. This is not about a new organisation running football. This is about making sure that football is sustainable in the future. But as my colleagues have said, this has been introduced because football has been unable to break the logjam themselves. And I think it is going to be important within the committee stage that some of the uncertainties that remain in the bill are worked out. Now, football is a business. It's a privately owned business generally, but it is also an institution. We've heard from many speakers about one of the main reasons for that, because the fans remain. But it's also a different kind of institution because of the rewards that are available to those who are successful and the appalling failure that happens when those gambles go wrong. We will all remember, or many of us will remember, the Aston Villa versus Derby County playoff final, where it was widely believed that whoever lost that game would end up going bust. Now, Derby County, as we know, went into administration, and now in League One. Aston Villa, fourth in the Premier League with untold riches. And for the sake of 90 minutes, those were the differences that were on the line that day. Now, we can't have a situation where one person's gamble leads to that kind of success, another person's gamble leads to the club almost ceasing to exist. And so the balance between an individual business person having a go and endangering that cultural institution that is a football club is where we need the regulator to make sure that those who are having a go are doing so in a way that doesn't mean disaster if they fail. Now, it's been spoken that success of the Premier League has been spoken about many times. My honourable friend from Sheffield South East was right to say the Championship is the 5th biggest division in Europe. In addition to that, League One in this country is actually the 10th biggest watched league anywhere in Europe. So right down that pyramid, we have a thing that is of unique strength in this country. My club, Chesterfield, in the 5th tier of football, attracted 10,000 fans on Saturday. And I think that their history is informative in looking at this. They had Darren Brown, who almost bankrupted the club, ended up in jail because of the way that he conducted himself at the head of Chesterfield, and the fans had to step forward and save the club back in 2001. Then we had Dave Allen as the chairman, got the new ground built, got the club to the edge of League One, but found that with every further league they went into, the losses grew. So actually, you've got a unique business where the losses from getting from League 2 to League 1 got more, getting from League 1 to the Championship, the losses got even more. And so you've got a perverse incentive until you reach the promised land of the Premiership. The losses are growing all the time. And you look at some of the losses that are being experienced by Championship clubs, and they're just appalling. Dave Allen lost interest. The club was on the verge of bankruptcy again. The CFC Trust stepped forward, and the passion, commitment, professionalism that the Trust Board members have introduced have got Chesterfield back into the Football League with the help now of the Kirk brothers. I have to say, local fans who have their heart in the club, and the club is looking very much brighter. But the truth is that many of our Premier League clubs, almost all of our Premier League clubs, are owned not by people with that kind of history in the club and with that passion for the club, but owned by foreign-owned institutions, foreign-owned governments, and they don't have that same understanding and commitment of what football is about. So I welcome the fact the government have brought this about. It does enjoy cross-party support, and now we need to make sure it really works.
Peter Gibson. Deputy Speaker, and I want to begin by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Pudsey, and pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford, for her tremendous work in this area. Mr Deputy Speaker, football is a vital part of our communities, bringing people together in support of their much-loved clubs. Since 1883, Darlington has been home to Darlington Football Club, known as the Quakers or simply Darlow. It is indeed the team that Arthur Wharton played for, the world's first black professional footballer. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest as an individual shareholder of this fan-owned club. As a fan-owned club, its profits are reinvested back into the club, and following the financial collapse of the club some years ago, the club is building back and has ambitious plans to secure its own ground to further sustain its financial future, an ambition that I am proud to support. The club, with close links to the community, has the potential to develop deeper, longer-term partnerships. Community-owned clubs offer greater protection and transparency within their constitution, which appeals to partners, funders and sponsors, giving people the chance to have a stake in their club, which can increase their connection with it, so people can share the responsibility of sustaining their club, unlocking more volunteers and participation. If supporters know that the money they spend will be reinvested in the club, they are more likely to spend and donate more. I welcome that this bill, in the face of the gaps getting bigger, which seeks to overhaul the football finance system to protect and promote the sustainability of English football for fans and communities like Darlington. And I also want to thank and put on the record my thanks to David Johnson at Darlington Football Club for his engagement in recent weeks in respect of the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill puts fans back at the heart of the game, as with no fans there is no game. Sadly, Darlington Football Club suffered in the past, and its future had previously hung in the balance, causing uncertainty for the club and the community at large, and that is why I applaud the stronger tests in the bill for prospective owners. Findings from the report by Fair Game show the disparity in the distribution of TV income. For every £1,000 in the broadcast deal, a Premier club gets £882.42, whereas for Darlington FC, as a National League North club, they get merely 15 pence from that £1,000. This is simply not right and focuses on protecting the bigger, wealthier clubs as opposed to the smaller ones, which are so integral to their communities. And I must put on the record my recognition for the wonderful work of the Darlington Football Foundation, who do so much good work in my constituency. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the government for their support for sports more generally in the community. Darlington has received over £900,000 for a new pitch, a new running track and a changing pavilion at Eastbourne Sports Complex. Firthmoor Community Centre received over £90,000 for their multi-use games area, and there has been much needed investment in football right across Darlington. All of this helps inspire people, as well as ensuring that children can stay fit and healthy. Yet again, this is an example of the government investing in football in our communities for people of all ages and abilities. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill recognises that to keep our grassroots sports alive, major changes must occur. I welcome this bill and feel that it is much needed for our fantastic football clubs to ensure that fans are put first and our clubs can not only survive but thrive. Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For those who've opposed this bill, particularly the Premier League, I think it's worth pointing out a few facts that have been provided by the English Football League.
That is that in the 4 years that this deal between the Premier League and the Football League has been negotiated, the wages of the Premier League have gone up by £800 million, from 3.2 billion to 4 billion. In 22-23, the Premier League clubs spent 2.8 billion on player transfers, and the Premier League spent in 2024 410 million on agents' fees. So anyone who says that this is going to damage the viability of the Premier League really needs to look at those figures. Now, we need to remind ourselves while we're here, pay tribute, as everyone has quite rightly, to the member for Chatham and Aylesford, but the arguments from the fans go back many, many years. And I know that because I wrote the Labour's manifesto back on football back in 2015, and we spoke very powerfully about the need for fans to have a say. They are of the communities where these clubs are situated. They've sustained those clubs through generations, and they are an early warning system to when there are problems in those clubs. One of the criticisms of this bill is it doesn't say enough about consulting fans and empowering fans, and I think there's areas where it could go further. Now, this legislation is defective in two ways, in my opinion, for the regulator. And one, it doesn't give the regulator step-in rights in order to set a deal between the various organisations in the football pyramid. But more importantly, I think it's not empowered to deal with this issue of parachute payments. And we're told that that's going to be dealt with through the licensing system. Well, I'd like to know how that's going to work, because that's about individual clubs. And the impact of those clubs that have parachute payments is to entice other clubs to try and compete with them financially. Are we going to turn around to clubs that are receiving parachute payments under the licence scheme and say, you can't spend that money? That just doesn't make sense. So how does it work under the licensing system that we deal with this inequality of arms that those clubs with the parachute payments have? We're also told that through the licensing system that the clubs that are overspending and perhaps overstretching themselves will be dealt with by the regulator. Well, that seems to put in legislation the disparity in wealth and resources, and actually legislate to keep those clubs in abeyance, way behind those clubs who do receive the parachute payments. So, and when we know that parachute payments are the driving force behind many of the problems that exist in the financial arrangements of many clubs in the Football League, that has led to difficulties, how can we possibly have a regulator to deal with the issue of football finance that hasn't got the right to step in and deal with parachute payments? That has got to change, and that cannot be accepted. And one other issue in a short time that I've got that I'd like to deal with is this issue about assets. Now, Charlton Athletic don't own their ground, and they don't own the training ground. Now, the training ground is in my constituency. It's metropolitan open land. Now, the former owner has kept the rights and the ownership of the stadium and the training ground. I can only assume that he's done that out of spite, or perhaps he thinks that there's going to be a payday down the road where he can develop those assets. The training ground in my constituency, as I say, is metropolitan open land. He will develop that over my dead body. Perhaps he's going to arrange it, I don't know. But also the stadium will not be built on given planning permission in any way for development by the local authority. So I think he needs to think again, and he should deal with Charlton even-handedly and hand over the rights to that ground. Last thing I would want to mention, other people have referred to it, is the issue of sovereign wealth owning football clubs. I think that is an issue that the regulator has got to be given powers to get to grips with, because I think that is an unacceptable situation that currently exists, and I support the bill, and I hope I'll get on the bill committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This is a unique setup. This is a unique regulatory act in that what this is regulating is the preservation of football clubs. So it is regulation to save something rather than regulation regarding competition, in my view. It is illogical to suggest that anything could level up competition between Bury Football Club and Manchester City in terms of their assets and in terms of anything else. Getting to the heart of the matter that I want to talk about, Mr Deputy Speaker, is this. That when Bury FC were ejected from the EFL, Jonathan Taylor QC's review raised serious concerns with the owner and director rules that were being enforced by the Football League, especially in relation to League One and League Two. And in that report he said this: there is no doubt that the EFL applied the owners and directors test properly in relation to Mr Day and Mr Dale, the two owners of Bury Football Club. The question is whether the test, as currently written, is fit for purpose. In particular, it only looks at a narrow list of objective criteria and does not take into account various other factors that speak to whether a new owner or director is a fit and proper person to own and run a club. So when Mr Dale bought the club for £1, it didn't take into account the fact they had numerous previous failed businesses. The owners and directors test did not require that Mr Dale provide proof of funds that he was able to sustainably run the football club prior to purchase. Utterly ludicrous, and something that has to change. So hopefully the Minister might be able to touch on this idea of the regulation of the fit and proper persons test and to ensure that it is robust enough to keep people such as Steve Dale out of the ownership of clubs. The other point I want to make before I finish is I've come back time and time again that how does a regulator, unless the regulator has a huge amount of staff supporting him, how are they able to intervene on the running of football clubs? I accept fully that a business plan is put in place, but business plans can change. The situation at Bury was virtually criminal. On the car park at Gig Lane, built in 1885, the previous owner sold, as a Ponzi scheme, 250 car parking spaces, some of them to poor Bury fans, and it was essentially, he sold it as a financial product where you would get a return from it. So he was selling these things to people around the world. When the money ran out, that's when the whole thing went bum. Nobody did anything in respect of that. Now, it's a unique situation, but would the regulator in this circumstance have the powers, the understanding, the knowledge to be able to intervene in acts of complete criminality, such as that? I hope it does, and I would very much welcome the Minister's response in respect of that. The experience, or my experience, of Bury Football Club is on Saturday I was at Ramsbottom United. 2,000 people were there. It was the North West Counties Premier League match between Ramsbottom and Bury. For Ramsbottom United, Bury fans bringing the best part of 2,000 people with them gave them 25% of their total annual income. So when we look at what it is that clubs matter, the history, the heritage is everything that we've talked about, but we have to get to the point where we are getting to the heart as to how clubs are run. After somebody gets through the fit and proper person test, after the first business plan fails, after the ambition comes in, how is the regulator going to be able to control that unless they had a massive amount of staff? Because in my view, throughout the whole pyramid system, football clubs are incredibly badly run. Most of them are subsidised by multimillionaires, and in any other shape, way or form, they would not be businesses, they would be insolvent. They exist off largesse. We have seen some really great examples of clubs at this moment in time coming through the football pyramid, but they are completely and utterly reliant on one person's millions. If that one person's millions disappears, there is no football club. And how do we regulate that in terms of how that allows for sustainability? Bury was badly run. It was badly let down by the EFL. I think and hope that this bill, if it had been in place at the time when we were going through in 2019 when the club was expelled from the league, hopefully this would have put the club in a better place. I'll put a question mark after that, and I look forward to hearing my honourable friend's comments.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to place on record first my thanks to the honourable member for Cheltenham and Aylesford, who has always listened to supporters. Much of this legislation comes from the efforts from a fan-led review, and she will be sorely missed. I must also pay tribute to the FSA, Kev Miles, and the Minister who bear the scars of getting us here today. The legislation has come about because football supporters lost trust and faith in the current custodians of the game to protect football for the people that really matter and whose loyalty is often taken for granted. Football supporters, along with working class communities the game originates from, are too often now an afterthought, if indeed they considered it all. At the bottom of the pyramid, there is a shocking lack of investment, criminal, in the grassroots game, which should be accessible to all. This is something the wonderful Storwood campaign of Kenny Saunders does so much to highlight via his Save Grassroots Football campaign. At the top of the pyramid, clubs continue to price out working class supporters and the next generation of their own support. This poses an existential threat to the very stands of the game which gives English football its authenticity, passion and worldwide popularity. Football must therefore be very, very careful not to kill off the golden goose that provides these riches, the loyal supporter. It's so worrying to see significant price rises again for next season and many clubs in a cost of living crisis. Some lessons are not being learned and clubs must take heed. The Premier League has done much good for the beautiful game, but stadiums now a world away from those in the 80s and earlier, where in some cases horrific tragedies took place. English football is now seen as world leading, and the Premier League's community work is beyond reproach and actually world leading. I've worked with the team at the Premier League on the issue of tragedy Chatham. I'd like to place on record my thanks to Richard Masters, his team, LFC Foundation, Manchester United Foundation, Mike Amesbury and Joe Block representing the FSA. However, despite its perceived success, the Premier League was powerless to prevent the attempted European Super League breakaway in April 2021, with 6 of the 12 clubs coming from its ranks. The actions of these 6 clubs who attempted to end football as we know it and place the entire football pyramid in peril in their rush to form a European Super League showed exactly why we need a football regulator to protect the interest of all. My own club, shamefully Liverpool, were part of this, but the collective fight back from supporters halted it in its tracks. From the flames of this chaos, fans at Liverpool then created what we hope is an exemplar model of fan engagement and to influence and prevent clubs making the same mistakes again. I'm delighted that elements of this structure appear in this legislation, and this is a tribute to the actions of Spirits of Shankly and the associated fan groups and to the engagement of the UK-based element of Liverpool's board. Fan engagement and influence must be at the heart of this bill because fans are the true custodians of the game, not the road club owners who will destroy the fertile ground that nurtures its roots, and that is surely more of a commercial threat than a bill which seeks, as the Premier League admits, only to embed normal business practice within the game. A good footballing organisation should not fear regulation, rather it should welcome it. The bill currently gives the independent football regulator only partial oversight of financial sustainability, with no authority or oversight of profit and sustainability rules. Football supporters are rightly demanding a transparent, proportionate, fair and timely system. The chaos and confusion caused by the Premier League's handling of PSR has proven that it has not met these requirements, with many supporters, including Dave Kelly from the Everton Fan Advisory Board, now calling for the football regulator to have full authority for financial sustainability in line with the recommendations of the fan-led review. They believe in that review I share. Trust matters, and the vast majority of the legislation will, I believe, begin to restore trust. However, it must go further. Worryingly, on fan engagement, it is notable that the word fan only appears 16 times in the entire 140-page bill. The interest of supporters must be adequately factored in to governance and strategic decision-making at the highest levels of the game, and this bill must reflect this. I would like to see independently elected fan representation on the regulator board, expert panel and the Premier League board. The expertise and experience of supporters must be hardwired into the regulator and the Premier League decision-making. It's so missed and it needs to be put in at the committee stage. Mr Deputy Speaker, let us never forget what the great Jock Stein once said, and I hope this, and it has resonated through this chamber today, football without fans is nothing.
Anna Firth.
Much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome this bill and thank the whole ministerial team, in particular my honourable friend the member for Pudsey and my honourable friend the member for Chatham and Aylesford. Both's commitment has been absolutely fantastic, the fan-led review and all the work that's gone on. I'd love to say more, but time doesn't permit it. Mr Deputy Speaker, occasionally people ask me if this job is stressful, and my reply is always the same. Nowhere near as stressful as 90 minutes on the terraces at Roots Hall. because although Southend United always give us a thundering performance, it's often not until the second half that they show their full dominance and skill of the game. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, being a shrimper, the stress of being a shrimper has been taken to a whole new level in the last 2 years, which is why I welcome this bill. Because for too long, football clubs like my own, Southend United, have been left at the mercy of unscrupulous owners who are either unwilling or unable to fulfil their obligations to the clubs and the fans. For too long, fans have suffered having vital decisions made on their heritage with little to no consultation. For too long, there has been no focus on sustainability and future planning, leaving many clubs just one season away from insolvency. So whilst I would normally be completely against regulating a successful industry like football, in this case I welcome this independent regulator. It is absolutely needed to put fans back where they belong, at the heart of English football. On Southend United, Mr Deputy Speaker, to date I've mentioned the plight of Southend United no less than 11 times in this place. And were it not for the heroics of those at the club, the CEO Tom Lawrence, the manager Kevin Mayer, the players themselves who've somehow delivered week after week, the fans who cleaned and repaired the stadium so that we got our health and safety certificate to start the season. Without all of them, we could very well have lost 117 years of history. So against that background and the background of an outgoing owner who has been subjected to 19 winding up petitions in 25 years, it is this instability that is exactly why I welcome the strengthened owners and directors test. I particularly welcome paragraph 37 and the fact that the bill removes any minimum number of bankruptcy events to disqualify a future owner. However, I would hope that instead of just punishing poor owners, the regulator might have a mechanism to reward good owners, those who are making a positive and tangible difference to their club and to their community. Southend United's community and educational trust's social value to the City of Southend and South East Essex communities is valued at over £10 million a year. They give back, they encourage, and if there was a way for that to be rewarded, I think that would be a good improvement. On fan engagement, Southend United has a remarkable fan base, so of course I welcome the regulator, all the detail in this bill about engaging more with fans and hearing their voice. I would also just mention supporters' trusts. Almost every club will have a fantastic supporters' trust. We have the Shrimpers' Trust, led so ably by Paul Fitzgerald and James Scoley. I understand why they are not named specifically in the bill, but I do think it would be nice if there was a way for supporters' trust to be recognised because of all the hard work they do, particularly, of course, of the engagement they've had with the ministerial team to make this as good as it is. On other areas, and I'm very short of time, I also hope the regulator will be given the power it requires to mediate in all matters between the Premier League, the EFL and the National League, not just financial ones. And I, of course, there refer to last week's concerning news regarding the unscrupulous scrapping of FA Club replays. Everybody knows the magic of the FA Club. Every single person hearing those words will have a memory. For Southend United, the magic of the FA Club is best shown in 1979 when 31,000 spectators crammed into Roots Hall to witness their heroes taking on European champions Liverpool. That is, to put that, that's more than 11% of the entire city engaged on that day. That is why it's so important we do preserve the replays. So I appreciate this has its sceptics, but I say that there's not a moment to lose. Let's get on with it. Let's bring this bill home.
Phil Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to finally be able to speak in today's historic debate. A new independent football regulator is an important development coming as a result of dysfunction in the game. I want to thank those who've worked hard to improve how football functions, including the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford for producing the fan-led review, the Football Supporters Association and Fair Game. I'd like to thank Luton Town's Chief Executive Gary Sweet for sharing his views on a number of occasions. But importantly, I would like to thank members of Luton Town Supporters Trust and Loyal Luton, who have always been willing to meet with me and tell me their views, because ultimately football is about the fans. But the status quo is failing fans across the country. And while the Premier League is arguably the most globally popular and commercially successful sporting competition, over 60 clubs throughout the English league system have gone bust since it was established in 1992. The financial power at the top of the English game has distorted competition and powered unsustainable business practices as clubs scramble to be one of the elite 20 clubs at all costs. We all agree that the future sustainability of the pyramid is heavily reliant on securing a fair financial distribution deal between the Premier League and the pyramid system, not to mention preventing any potential re-emergence of the European Super League plan. We also have a multitude of examples that demonstrate the owners and directors test hasn't stopped dubious owners from buying clubs and running them into the ground. We Lutonians sadly know the ugly side of the beautiful game better than most. Back in 2003, in response to Luton Town fans wanting to save their club, the previous Luton Town chairman, John Gurney, disgracefully said, "If they expect me to walk away from Luton with nothing, I'll make very sure there's nothing to walk away from." And this from a person who had already recklessly suggested renaming the club, pushing for a merger with Milton Keynes-bound Wimbledon FC, wait for it, attaching a Formula One circuit to a new 70,000-seat stadium on stilts. But my personal favourite, which actually did see the light of day, was selecting the club's next manager through Manager Idol with text costing 50p. All in the face of clear and vocal opposition from the fans. But thankfully, due to the work of a group of fans creating trust in Luton, including one of its founding members, Gary Sweet, now Luton Town Chief Exec, they wrestled control of the club away from that disastrous ownership. However, this wasn't the last time fans had to step up to protect the club, as a fan-led 2020 consortium bought it out from yet further mismanagement after it went into administrative receivership in 2007. And unfortunately, this previous mismanagement was what led to a huge 30-point deduction and ultimately the relegation to the National League. While it hasn't always been plain sailing, successes on and off the pitch since have enabled Luton Town to now compete at the pinnacle of English football, from non-league to the Premier League. And how did Luton Town do it, you ask? They ensured it was a unified club from top to bottom with a clear vision rooted in our Luton community. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I may just take this opportunity to celebrate a significant part of our Luton football heritage through this period, and that is to wish Alison Taylor, the landlady of the Bricklayers Arms, a well-earned and relaxing retirement at the end of this season after 38 years' service. But I move on. I fully support the creation of the new independent football regulator to protect and promote the sustainability of English football, and particularly to safeguard the traditional features that matter most to fans and communities. I'll put on a few initial concerns with the functioning of the regulator as set out in the bill. Firstly, the regulator will have the backstop power to intervene in the distribution of broadcasting revenue between the Premier League and wider pyramid if needed, and it's important that we explore this to ensure the regulator can facilitate a just and fair financial distribution deal, including parachute payments, but including the ability to initiate any regulation. I'd also want to see that the regulatory principles in Part 2, Clause 8.2, they currently don't have any reference to fans or fan groups, indeed players or employees, that the regulator should proactively and constructively engage with. And if you think of other regulators, such as one I worked for in the health sector, we directly engaged with patients, so why wouldn't this regulator directly engage with fans who are the beneficiaries of football? I have reservations about the bill set out that it's sufficiently free of any vested interests with regards to further clarity needed to ensure a person with a conflict of interest cannot be on the board of the expert panel. Today's legislation is supported by so many of us on all sides of this House. It is a very historic moment. A game is not just a business, but a business with deep roots in the nation's identity and communities, central to our global appeal, and I look to supporting the opposition frontbench team in taking the bill further forward.
Bench. Stephanie Bickle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to be here today to welcome the Football Governance Bill. Football clubs sit at the heart of communities up and down the country. Family, friends and neighbours come together to watch games, win or lose. Providing role models as well as infrastructure, football clubs also inspire the next generation of footballing talent across every town, village and city. At the same time, English football is world-leading. English clubs have fans in every continent, and the players and managers they attract are admired from all corners of the world. This combination of local togetherness and global acclaim is the envy of many. As the Shadow Secretary of State set out, the Premier League and its clubs contributed billions to the economy and supported more than 90,000 jobs. This worldwide success has seen bigger revenues than ever coming into the game. But despite this, the financial sustainability of the English football pyramid is at risk, as the member for Luton South just outlined, along with Preston and many others. Too many fans are having their attention forced away from the pitch and into the troubles of malicious ownership, mishandled finances and poor management. Whether that be Bury fans who witnessed their club expelled from the Football League almost 5 years ago now, or more recently, Reading fans, who shared with me deep concern with the deep concern they had over the future of their club when I met them just a few months ago. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the member for Reading West and indeed Bracknell for their campaigning work on this issue. It is clear that there are structural issues within the pyramid that must be addressed. Indeed, it was the fan-led review which shone a clear light on the issues within the game, and I take this opportunity to pay tribute and thanks to the Honourable Lady from Chatham and Aylesford for all of her work. And the member for We the Vale noted that this debate takes place on St George's Day, and I take this opportunity to wish the whole House a happy St George's Day. I am supportive of the bill before us today and the principle of an independent regulator for football with a strict and focused remit on the financial sustainability of the game and the ability to act with proportionality. Labour supports giving fans a greater say in their clubs, ensuring owners and directors are stringently tested for their integrity, competence and financial soundness. And it is important, as the member for Chesterfield spoke about, as well as preventing any further attempts at a breakaway league that puts financial gain before the all-important principles of competition and qualification based on merit. Certainly, as preparation for this bill, I have met with representatives from across the industry, from the Premier League and their clubs, the Football League, the National League, the FA, as well as the Football Supporters Association and supporters groups themselves, including speaking to the Barnsley FC Supporters Trust. I know how important Barnsley Football Club is to my town, and I was pleased to watch them at Oakwell just a few weeks ago. Whilst not everyone agrees on every detail of the bill, or indeed with the shape the regulator will take, there is a lot of agreement that English football offers something world-beating and special that must be protected for years to come. That is what I believe this bill seeks to do, and I look forward to help shaping it with careful scrutiny. Now, the regulator does not address all of the issues facing football today, and neither is it meant to. But some of these have understandably been spoken about in today's debate. For example, the member for Cardiff West, who gave a thoughtful speech in today's debate and has a private members' bill on unauthorised entry to football matches. It is a proportionate intervention designed to ensure the safety of fans by creating a specific events for those attempting to enter stadiums without a ticket, and it has my support. And over the weekend, we all saw the news that the FA Cup replays will be scrapped, which has understandably been featured in today's debate, with a number of members raising their concerns. I believe this was the wrong choice, and fans will rightly have questions about how decisions are made that affect clubs all the way down the pyramid. The magic of the FA Cup is that clubs from right down the Football League, and indeed some non-league, can compete with those at the very top. But at the moment, grassroots clubs across the country are facing difficulties while contributing so much to communities, as the member for Westmorland spoke about, as well as the member for West Bromwich West, who highlighted how they are important to the football pipeline. Looking at the clubs in my constituency of Barnsley East, Woodmore Town, Worsborough FC and Woodmore Main all contribute so much to the community, Hundreds of young people and adults play there every week, but the latter two are facing flooding issues at their facilities. And in the case of Wimwell Main, which I visited a few weeks ago, it is causing multiple game cancellations. And this is sadly typical of grassroots football across the country, which provides the foundations for both players and fans. Now, it is right that the regulator is strict in scope, covering the financial sustainability of the top 5 leagues. And a big part of this is to give fans a meaningful say in their club. I'd like to hear from the Minister, therefore, on the strength of the measures for fans within the bill. There's been a lot of rhetoric regarding how football must be for the fans, but is the Minister confident that the bill's provisions will live up to expectations and give fans the voice they deserve? I welcome the Chair of the Select Committee, the member for Gosport's contribution. I thank the committee for their work and the fact that the CMS Committee has agreed to hold a pre-appointment hearing with the new Chair of the Independent Regulator once there is a preferred candidate in place. Now, the members for Sheffield South East and Eltham both spoke about this issue, and I pay tribute to both of them for all the work in this area, as well, of course, to the member for West Derby. I know there has been keen interest in the issue of the so-called backstop powers and the ability of the regulator to intervene in the distribution of broadcasting revenue throughout the pyramid. This is an unprecedented power that must be carefully crafted to achieve its aims. And on this, I'd like to ask the Minister today, quite simply, whether we can assure members across the House that the regulator will be given all the targeted powers it needs to secure the sustainability of the pyramid as per its primary purpose. Given that players and staff at clubs are often the first to notice that the club is experiencing financial difficulties and their livelihoods will be directly impacted, it seems odd that they are not mentioned once in the bill, as the member for Warrington North pointed out. Can the Minister explain why this is? And the member for Folkestone made some important points on this subject. I'd also like to ask for a little more detail on some of the work being undertaken to ensure the regulator hits the ground running. For example, what progress is being made on the shadow regulator? And is there any more detail on how the expert panel, who will be responsible for much of the regulator's decision-making, will be appointed? Now, the members for Ealing Central and Acton and Manchester Withington raised the issue of equality, diversity and inclusion in football clubs. It will be for the regulator to decide what it contains within the Corporate Governance Code of Practice. However, this is one of the issues that I would expect it to be considered. Now, before I conclude, I would like to touch on the issue of women's football. I know there is widespread agreement that placing the women's game in scope of the regulator would not be right at this stage. The Carney Review revealed a number of pressing issues within the women's game, including poor pay, professional standards, mental health support and union representation. It is important we take these seriously. It is crucial we ensure the financial sustainability of the men's game, but this should not result in resources being stripped from the women's game. I would therefore welcome an update from the Minister today on what progress has been made on the implementation of the recommendations from the Carney Review and what the Department's plans are for protecting the future of women's football as part of this bill. Now, to conclude, I'd like to place on record my thanks to all of those who have been involved in this bill. My opposite number, the Sports Minister, the Civil Service, the clubs and, of course, the fans. Labour has long committed to reviewing football governance. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to preserve the future of our nation's favourite sport. We can and must get it right.
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members for their contributions in this debate today, for their thoughtful and wide-ranging contributions, and for learning also about the first black professional footballer, Arthur Wharton, from my honourable friend from Darlington. I am pleased to hear the broad support for what the government is proposing today, and I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful for the continued engagement that colleagues have had with me as we've prepared for this bill. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, rightly pointed out about the successes of English football, the contribution they make to our economy and to the pride of our nation. But it is important to remember why we are here today. My very first meeting when I was appointed as Minister was with fans groups, and I heard firsthand their experiences of when it all goes horribly wrong. even to the point of having to boycott their own club for 5 years in one instance. Fans felt unheard. And what we know is that these are more than just football clubs. When they go into administration and are run down as clubs, the fans are obviously in despair, but they have a significant impact on the wider community because they're more than football clubs, they are community assets. And that is why we committed to the fan-led review, and like everyone else, I want to put on record my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford, and also to people who helped her, like Kevin Miles from the Football Supporters Association. The review was the foundations for the white paper, and now we have the bill today. And so I'd like to thank all of those who have engaged with us, the FA, the Premier League, the EFL, the National League, the FSA, the Select Committee, for all that they have done. And I also want to put on particular record my thanks to the officials within the department. I cannot tell you how many hours they have put into this. They have been first rate, and I thank them incredibly, well, a great deal, let me put it that way. Now I want to focus on some of the points that have been raised in the short time that I have left. There's a lot of issues that have been raised. I'm going to try and get through as many of them as I can, but let me say I'm happy to engage with colleagues after this if need be. We've been careful when constructing the bill to ensure that it is carefully drafted, it is considered, that it is proportionate, it provides an advocacy-first approach, but there is focus on the clubs where it is needed, and we make sure that it's proportionate in terms of where they are in the pyramid. Now, a number of members mentioned and raised the owners and directors tests. Too many clubs have been brought to the brink with unsuitable owners taking over, stripping them of assets and refusing to adequately fund them. That is why we are bringing in strong statutory tests to help prevent unsuitable owners at the point of entry before they can do harm to clubs. Prospective individuals will be prohibited from becoming club owners unless the regulator has determined that they are suitable beforehand. And that means that they must have passed the fitness test, which means they have the requisite honesty and integrity and are financially sound. They've passed the source of wealth test to ensure their wealth isn't connected to illicit finance. And they have a plan and resources to run that club. But even once an owner is in place at a club, the regulator will still be able to make sure they continue to be suitable. If it has grounds for concern about their suitability, it can test them on their fitness and their source of wealth. And if it finds them unsuitable, then they will have to sell the club. To stop further harm being done to the club during the sales process, the regulator will have the powers to limit the owner's involvement in the club, and if the unsuitable owner ultimately refused to sell the club, the regulator would have the powers to step in and force a sale as a last resort. Strengthened tests and robust powers to remove unsuitable owners will mean that fans have suitable owners that they deserve. Honourable members raised what would happen if their club's owners were forced to divest. Well, let me be clear. We hope that such a circumstance will be incredibly rare. The regulator's objective is to promote clubs' financial sustainability, and they will introduce these tests and governance and financial oversight. And this will greatly reduce the likelihood of financial distress and make football more resilient in the long term. But, for example, we will ensure that they're able to look at a liquidity buffer that could provide the club with time to seek a new owner, and the regulator will have the power to test an incumbent owner where it has grounds of concern about their suitability. Now, almost every member mentioned the backstop, and I want to repeat that we want football to come up with a deal itself. It is the best option, and this delay serves no one. We need to remember, of course, that we are talking about a commercial arrangement, businesses giving businesses money, and that's why we believe it is best that they do it. But we recognise that there is no deal at the moment, and that is precisely why we have put provisions within the bill for a backstop, something to fall back on so that they can consider the relevant revenues.
Will you give way?
I will give way.
Does my honourable friend agree with my interpretation of clause 55 that international broadcast income is included in relevant revenue for redistribution, which is currently not the case for solidarity payments? And if that is so, has this come up in his discussions with the Premier League?
Minister. Well, my honourable friend raises an interesting point. I've had dozens of meetings with the Premier League, but as far as I can recall, I do not think that they have raised carving out international broadcast revenue in those discussions. They've always been revolved around the net media revenues and the aggregate revenue received by both the Premier League and the EFL. So she raises a very, very interesting point. Now, some say that the regulator should be able to trigger this right at the outset. Well, that frankly would just be a front stop, and it may hinder a deal being struck by football itself. But the bill provides that if there is no deal because one hasn't been offered, or on one side they can't sign it because it's not a good deal, then that side can ask the regulator to trigger the backstop. Now, other members have mentioned the parachute payments, and I'm always happy to meet with colleagues to discuss and look further at this, particularly at committee stage, but I'm also happy to organise a briefing, if that would be helpful, because it is quite a complex issue. Parachute payments play an important role in the sustainability of the system by softening the financial blow of regulation, and removing them could have adverse effects. Look at Bradford. When they were regulated in 2001, there were no parachute payments, and the following season they went into administration. I've literally got 2 minutes. I've offered the briefing. We can have this debate afterwards. But we realise that they can have potentially a distortive impact, particularly in the Championship, and that is why the regulator has the power to look to address any structural or systemic issues through its licensing regime. And any distortion created by parachute payments also has the potential to be addressed through distributions to non-parachute payment clubs, and this is exactly what the regulator will be able to look at as part of the backstop. Leading experts have advised us to keep the backstop targeted and simple, which we have done, and design it so it may never need to be triggered, which we have done. As such, we don't think it's appropriate to include those in the backstop, nor do we think it's necessary to do so, as we have ensured the regulator will be able to address any distortive effects they cause via the licensing regime itself. I'm running out of time, so I was going to answer a few more. But look, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a landmark bill for football. It's been carefully designed to celebrate its success and encourage investment, but it's about providing stability for clubs and sustain the pyramid and putting fans at the heart. We recognise that there are many successes, but it's important that we tackle the issues. Introducing the IFR will be focused on football, focused on financial stability, and focused on fans. And if I may, in closing, just play on iconic words of 1966. Too many fans have seen their club on the brink, and they think it's all over. Well, it's not now. I commend the bill to the...
The question is the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Programme motion, move formally. Question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Money motion to be moved formally. Question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Ways and means motion, move formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Now come to motion number 6, postal services.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Motion number 7, transport.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Motion number 8, regulatory reform.
I beg to move.
Question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Division. Division deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 9, deregulation.
I beg to move.
Question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Motion number 10.
I beg to move. Oh, you're up.
Sir Roger, I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no? The ayes have it.
Motion 11.
What's that? I beg your pardon. Motion number 11, Procedure Committee.
Thank you, Sir Roger. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no? Ayes have it.